So we get some. All right, got it. Okay. So moving back, we already discussed the absenteeism. Say that the workers' indications they don't want to work, either not available or willing to come back to work. Moreover, staff turnover. Organization with a positive culture says that worker feels safe, morale is good, training is available, they are satisfied, they are consulted about their work and condition. Then next will be the compliance to the safety rules. Okay, so we know that how to a safety professional or just an advice we can able to find out either two ways. Either the employees not serve on their role, either unsafe condition on that part or unsafe action. So they can comply to the safety rules and procedures that laid down on the organization. Then apart from that, complaint about the working condition. So guys, in another indication, for example, you receive a lot of complaint this month about something you are on the camp. So you see at the camp why there is a lot of complaint right now in my related to the food, for example. Then last month, previous month, there is nothing. So it really a serious things that something wrong in my organization that will lead as indicators on health and safety culture. Okay, but please don't take it account as always a negative part. It's also a positive culture because you guys now, if your intention is to make sure all these reports, near miss, unsafe condition are being reported, and you are discussing to your guys, please report, report. And also it's a sign of positive culture because they actively encouragement about the complaints, something like that. So it's happening on the organizations right now. They're really get into the employee, please put your complaint, put whatever observations what you have, and then take it as a positive. Okay, then I think influence of peers, when they say that some individuals will have a lot of influence over the group, other have a little influence on it. So I think this, I will make how could I make an example? Okay, since we are all in health and safety, let's assume, imagine that we are on the site right
Excuse me,
now.
sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Can I speak something? This
Yeah, Gayan, please.
IG1 measurement of health and safety. This one. Okay. We are giving to toolbox talk in the morning. All people. And next things, we are teaching all things. Okay. And then we are going to check the site and how is going the activities, what are they doing the work, and what are they use of the PPE and this safety harness, everything. And we are going check, and then sometimes my work is confined space. There is have a blower fan and no things. I'll check. And after this blower fan have okay, this have crane and the main basket, everything she have. Then after I give to format and everything is signed. Uh, all people sign. Then after go to they are going to work like
Okay.
this. Okay.
Yeah, it's a very good example on that. Yes, Toolbox Talks is really a great influence towards the site, and we are working really literally in construction field. So let's make an example. What we are talking about, the influence of peers. That's what you example what you said. For example, you are working in confined space as what you said. Then we knows on the confined space when the requirement you are not allowed to bring a mobile phones inside the confined space because of 24-volt DC, or especially at the plant it's not recommended. So in your fears, let's say you have a 5 employee together at that group, you're going to go inside, But
Mm.
even though you know that it's not allowed, your peers or your colleagues are going there with
Yes, sir.
the mobile phones.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. There have the supervisor, listening supervisor, and permit coordinator, and this attendance people. Yeah.
Okay.
Uh, and then after this one, gas monitor people.
Mhm.
They will check. Then after all will check. Then after I will take the check the format. All of this have. Then after I will sign this format, and this. Then
Okay.
after I allowed for the work.
Correct, correct. But Gayan, I
Yes,
will
sir.
ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Talking influence of peers. Now
Okay.
you are in the five persons that going to the confined space. What we're talking about. These three guys said, "Come on, Gayan,
Yes, sir.
go inside and bring your phones. Nobody are seeing it. Nobody knows that we are bringing it."
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Then
Yes,
three
sir.
guys saying, "Come on, nobody. There's no HSC guy. Nobody. There's no risk at all. We are doing it on our regular basis, and it's fine."
Yes,
So
sir. This.
you know the rules.
But
You know it's
what I
not
know,
required.
sir, is it the big risk?
Hmm.
Is it the big risk? Put something in some place.
Mm. Exactly. That's the big risk. That's how our peers or colleagues are influences with us. So here we are talking the how is the indication of our safety culture. So if your fears and also yourself are being uh what do you call encouraged to do something wrong towards the health and safety, so you will feel say it's easily my culture is really negative culture and these guys are negative as well. So this is will be the indicators of the health and safety culture towards on your activity or your on your organization. Hope it's clear because this is something that peers is not always we are regularly talking about. Correct?
Correct, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. So we can move on. Thank you, Gayan, for that sharing of knowledge. So let's talk about now how we're going to improve our health and safety culture. This pertaining specifically on negative culture improvement. So here, let's get more deeper. Visible leadership. Okay. So guys, this phrase are always that we are seeing. So I will give you one pictures and give me your observations on this leadership, anything that you may see. So here what's happened again. Now I think I have option to make it large. It's okay? Fine? Better?
Oh, this fine. Okay, sir.
All right. Here is the example of walks, inspection or safety walks. Please identify something commitments that you see, extraordinary, something like that. So what's happened here is a managing director, the name is there, lead the engagement session, deliver a speech with workers about the importance of the campaign to ensure our safety at work. So that's the message. So what you will see here, guys, what is saying improvement of safety culture? Did you identify anything that really matters when we are talking improvement of the culture?
When we see that improving the health and safety culture,
Yeah, Mr.
we can say it as like Usman.
Starsman, anything please? You see some observation that really very positive that it will be gain to improve this culture. What do you see here right now? I will give you a hint. Think about who is this guy here at the front. Okay. All right. I think some imaginations already on your mind. So guys, to improve the leadership, you see here in the scenario, the managing director. is the one who's leading the engagement session. Okay? So it's really a good sign of improvements towards to what we are discussing. Let's go back and relates on the manuscript.
We
Imagine
got
on
the
the
idea. The idea is that it's not just the like what the example you have given. It's not a project engineer who's doing it, but it's done by more
senior level,
more
am I
into
correct?
organizational senior level, who is
Mhm.
taking the time and effort to make sure that they are improving the culture, and he's also taking care of the health and safety of all his workers. So which means this organization is trying to commit itself to understand that they are all a part. And
All right. I
Good
think
morning. Can I have an add-ons as well?
please feel free.
Uh, Based of the image that's being shown, since it's a higher, it's there is a superiority of the position of the one who is delivering the speech. You could see from the employees that they are very attentive, and they you could feel that they have this the atmosphere is full of respect towards the 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 one who delivered the speech.
Exactly. A very valid point it is. So thank you, Ms. Arlene, on that, and thank you, Mr. Lal, on it. So this is really what's the strategy of how to gain the management commitment. All right. So it says here similar feedback that you have. They're really behaving safely, leading as an example. As per the photo, what we discussed, the managing director is really leading as an example as some higher management that we have. The involvement in the day-to-day management and health and safety, attending the safety meeting. It is like, for instance, that a campaign, a toolbox talk, taking part of the safety tours like that, what we shown, then promoting change, of course, the discussions, how the way they improve the health and safety, enforcing the company safety rules, emphasizing what we have to achieve. Manager must be able to recognize effort and enforce correct safety standard, praise reward, and good motivations to the behavior. So I think we really nail it. We know already. So apart from that, here at the second slide, the manager should not overuse disciplinary actions against workers for health and safety failing. Then worker must not be allowed to work unsafely. Think about if your something wrongs happened on your unsafe conditions that be improved, that you are wrong. And the first very beginning, they, they send you a termination. Either that's your first offense, second or third offense. Do you think it will gain commitment on your management? It will shows you if you are colleagues of this guy, what happening on my company? You will think about like that. There's something wrong. This is a minor offense. That's why it's become a termination. It falls. Either many controls of it, warning, verbal, like suspensions, like that. So it will create a more better commitments towards the employee. Okay. Hope this is really we emphasize and clear with you guys. Then let's go about the competence of the workers. So we are always hearing these words, competency of workers. So I believe that did you ever heard the acronym every time when we are answering the competency of the workers? Anybody knows about that related to competency? Okay, I will give you a very good what do you call it? Acronym on it. So here itself, you will find here, when we talk about competency, this is the words that they're always saying. The competent guy should have a knowledge, ability, training, and experience. So the key message is the Kate. Always remember this one. It's very helpful when we're talking about the competency. It says K for knowledge, A for ability, and training for experience. So what it says here is
Can I say
you
something?
please feel free.
Okay. It means skills, knowledge, and the experience can be it can be achieved by the workers
All right.
and by developing the process, procedure of components. Is it?
Correct. Exactly. It will be attained. I could say I'm not built the same way, but you're correct on some part. Procedure when it comes to developing the workers' knowledge is yes. For instance, like this procedure of your company is
But
part
skills,
of giving training.
but what is seen skills is the best, is the big thing. First of all, if the worker has some skills to understand what the manager says, what the health and safety engineer says, and he understand, he equipped, he can just a balance. It's called some good thing. Is it the good competency?
Competency, it's part of the good competency because when we talk about competency, it's a continual improvement and training awareness. So if your company is really having this kind of strategy, I could say yes, because they are developing the mindset of the person towards working on health and safety. It is. Okay. Thank you, Sman. Great, great question as well. So
You're
let's
welcome.
let's go more about it in the next few slide. Really, we're talking about this. So to make more in detail. So communication. Communication is always be there when we are talking about organization. So there is some methods on it. There are firstly a verbal, a written communication, a graphic communication, and let's get more. Firstly, let's talk about the verbal communications. So it says that either a face-to-face conversation, meetings, interview, training sessions by telephone or over the public announcement system, it is. So making some example public announcement in system like you are in the airport saying that's your flight to be boarded at that time. So it's a verbal communication. How the way its benefits and limitation and its ETC. It's very quick, direct, allows checking for your understanding, exchange of views, usually allows for information to be transferred or transmitted, voice or facial expressions or body language like that. For example, a rigger, think about the communications of the rigger. They are using this kind of body language or hand gesture. But how is the drawbacks of that one? They're always
Excuse
along.
me, sir.
Yeah, please.
What I think, it's my pleasure. What I
Yeah.
think that use that language which the labor can understand easily, at the side. Then they can communicate with the very easily the activity manager with the labor for
Okay. You,
defines explaining about the health and safety.
okay. Correct. Correct. There is some methods. There will be dealing with the baseline employees, especially with the workers, blue collars. We have methods for that, which we are going to discuss it more further. But I agree with you. You cannot able to just interpret the things like a verbally to the workers. There will be a better presentation for them, either practical or either poster or pictograms that they can easily impacted on their brains. And it's really meaningful communications will be there. All right, great. It will be discussed on the few slide. It will be great also as an introduction. Okay, so this is verbal communication, like what we talk about. And another side is the Written communication means, yes, of course, we know that doing some reports, if it's being sent through email, company handbook. So what's the benefits? It's really, this is the keywords on it. It's really a permanent. Once, for example, it's on email, once you already sent, it will be a permanent. Can be revert back, can be distributed to wide audience cheaply as well. Take times, limitation, it really takes times to write. You need brainstorming if you are not bit competent. Can be jargon or abbreviations like spelling or grammar. Can be impersonal, maybe ambitious, and this like that's the limitation. So what you have to, for me, when you're answering the question, is always remembering this kind of methods, the verbal, written communications. Then you can approach to the your questions accordingly, and you can easily see this benefit and limitation. Okay, many things. Communication methods. I believe this is the most powerful when we are specifically for the non-illiterate person with us, mostly in the helper, because it shows some safety sign, hazard warning symbols such as skull, crossbones found on the label toxic, blah, 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 like that. So I will share you one graphic communication and let's see how it is easier for you guys to understand. Hope the screen is fine, correct? Safety sign and symbol. Now I say a lot of things for graphical presentation. Have you ever remember any words that I say saying what's the graphical presentation it is? I believe most of you know. So think about right now. If you see this one on your workplace, for example, this one. What is the meaning of this one? As a safety professional, anybody please? If you see this one on your site, what it means to you?
For the harness,
Exactly, see? You see it easily. One more thing for just this one. I just speaking around. If you see this one, hopefully now it's rotating on the my screen. Anyone? If you see this one on your, let's say in powers substation,
Yes, sir.
what
This is he's wearing the harness and hanging of the
this
anything.
one? Okay.
Yes.
And how about this one? The one
Which
that
is it?
the one that I'm painting right now something here.
Do not run. Do not run.
Do not
Limited
run.
for crossing.
Limited for crossing. Okay. Exactly. But mostly you will see this one is non-authorized when we are talking on the plant itself. But limited in crossing, yeah, it's correct. Do not run, depends on the public. So guys, the message is really, it's a graphical representation. See, you already catch up immediately what it says. So you have the general knowledge on that. So having what I say, this is really a powerful methods towards communicating some information. Okay, so you see here, eye-catching, visual, quick to interpret, no language barrier, as what said or Usman say. Convey the message to the wide audience. Okay, above. Okay, another common things, just how communicated is using this notice board, using these posters and videos, toolbox talks, digital media and intranet, memos and emails, and worker handbook. So in the next few slide, we're going to, okay, this one. So it really self-explanatory with us. Every company having a notice board. It's a part of broadcasting method, eye-catching. Notice should be current and relevant and tidily. And for me, it's really strategically put on your located in your area where many people can read it. Poster, provide the safety information. The drawing is always be there to support the culture. Then it should be a positive, aimed at the correct audience, and it will be achievable and believable. So, so what I'm seeing here right now is say it's low cost, reinforce the key message, but however, maybe defaced or faded. The important
I
issue
have
also.
online training. I can focus with this. Huh? No.
All right, Mr. Ben, really shown a commitment with us. Thank you for that, Mr. Ben. All right, you're in the training, Mr. Ben. No, I mean at the site.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here now in my site, Saudi Arabia.
Okay, we really appreciate for that. Okay, moving back.
Thank you, sir.
That's really self-explanatory. How the way another part of it is the film or videos, then the toolbox talks, what we are talking about. So, anybody of you already see a toolbox talks, of course, on your workplace? What is really contained on it? So let me share you one of example. I know that you can also catch with me. So this is the typical. Sorry. Wow, can I bit move this? Okay. So this is the typical toolbox talk records that you will use for communication. So here to communicate, it shows who delivered the toolbox talk. And every safety professional is delivered should be by the supervisor, not the HSC. HSC is always a supplementary. The projects, the rigging, and the activities related. Is there any kind of permit or risk assessment to be attached? And the contents of your uh, talks, especially how the way it's hazards and controls. So for example, he discussed this incompetence of the crane failure, instability, uneven ground, like that. Then afterwards, he shares some control measure, follow the method statement and risk assessment, third-party certification of the rigging team. So this is the way it's delivered like a broadcasting. And the very important part of the toolbox talk, of course, the attendees of your session. It should be the name, file number, any employee number, his designation is, and the important is his signature, acknowledging all those being discussed are being clear with him and he is part of the discussion. So that's one of the methods. Hope, yeah, I know that everyone of you, especially at the site, know it. But however, for those school or others, so this is really happening on the site itself, and it's part of our daily activities. Apart from that is digital media, to be straightforward, intranet. For example, this LinkedIn, most of the companies having their LinkedIn account. So it's part of when they publish anything, it easily seen by the publics. So this is the methods. Then the rest, we discuss the memos and emails, like really a formal requirement. When using memos, there is no opportunity for a feedback. So that's the drawbacks, limitation. No also questioning. So their use is really limited to issuing clear and precise instruction. Then workers handbooks. So I think I have, anybody knows about workers handbooks? The rest that we discussed, I think self-explanatory. How about you? Do you have any idea about these worker handbooks as a methods? What we could expect there? So okay. I think I
Actually, worker on book is a kind of safety manual. This one specific to the company regarding how they handle safety, police safety inside the company.
yes, thanks Ivan. That exactly nailed it. So however, I'm showing you one of the safety handbook so you can really imagine and maybe you can remember better. So this is the safety handbook, as what Mr. Ivan say. What is clearly company says specifically to the health and safety what they have to follow. For instance, item 1, do not walk, stand under a loads. So it's really communicated with the workers in each individual. This is my instruction and you have to obey my instructions. Okay? So normally this handbook is given to individual and also signed with them. And it is other companies practicing. It should be available at the site, a premise that they have. So apart from that, what you can see here in the, when we're talking the methods, how they are using these worker handbooks here. You see anything apart what I said here in the left picture? You see a lots here. What can you see here right now? Anybody could interpret? Or what's the message of this?
I think there is a graphical or what we discussed before, that the designs or the pictures of identifying risk and all. That's what is being shown.
That's okay. You get the 1 point. The pictogram. The methods that they are used is the pictogram or the graphical things. Then this is a sentence structure. Then the very important that they do this practice is really the language, as you can see.
And also, yes, the second point is the language, as our friend had discussed. The blue collar, the people who are down, it is
Exactly. Exactly. So really what's the intention of this workers handbook is to give a precise communications and coordinations towards to the multi-diversity on their company. It's either, I believe, Urdu, Hindi, Arabic, or either Filipino was there. So this is a good workers handbooks that this company is being implemented. Okay, so hope these workers handbooks are clear. Then let's talk about bit incorporation and consultation. So are you agree with me that this cooperation and consultation is a legal requirement in each and every company? Agreed?
Sorry, John, can
Mr.
I come
George?
back?
Yeah,
Yes.
Mr. George.
Yes, I'm a little confused about the worker handbooks.
All right.
What you just showed to us here, can we consider the handbook to be like a golden rules for the organization?
Exactly and precise. I completely agree with you. When we talk about workers, handbooks means it is a reference of the instructions towards, for example, health and safety. So this is your guidance and instructions when you are working. It is, as what I said here, another example, if it says here that item number 9, do not drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So this is your guidance to follow on your organization. It's clearly communicated with you. So once you breach on that particular handbooks, there is some things probably will go to the extents and subject for investigation on it. So hopefully it's clear, Mr. George.
Yes, it's clear. It means if you violate one of these rules, there will be sanction taken against you after investigation, right?
Exactly. Correct. Thanks. Yeah, Mr. Jonah, anything please you want
Yeah,
to add?
John, you just one additional thing. What you have shown us is a one-page information, and I believe this is just part of a handbook. It's not literally the handbook, the complete handbook. It is just part of a handbook. Because I'm
Exactly.
thinking if it is a handbook, it is a bulk of information, bulk of pages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great positive observation. Yeah, Mr. Jonah is completely correct. So I just make a glimpse, a snapshot of this one. Then as what I say, it's a handbook. It's really a detailed one that we given to the individual that you will see some his when he already completed or any trainings related with this handbook. It was mentioned there, training date, and what is the individual names and the signature part, and the rest is what is roles and responsibility towards to his designation. For example, a rigger, it's also mentions over there. So yes, it is. So those who are maybe your organizations are having it, so just pay close attention on it, then you can see more easier representations how the way your company is communicating it. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, moving back, we are now here in cooperation and consultation. So my question, you guys, are you believe with me that this is a legal requirements of your company to cooperate and consult you towards the health and safety? Just yes or no, any commitment? If anybody say yes or no, it's your legal duty of your organization. Sorry for that. Okay, someone's calling. Okay, guys. According the question, okay, pertaining to the question, yes, it is. So according to this standard, this is following by the NEBOSH, the ILO C155 and Article 20, and also R164. So it's concerning about the occupational safety and health and working environment, International Labor Organization. So for your just quick information, so around 187 members of the state are being member of this ILO. So also UAE is part of it since I believe 1987 they are. So they really matters about this ILO. So they have a responsibility and legal requirements to consult their employee. Okay, hope this makes sense. However, let's talk about it. Consulting. Let's get to make it straightforward. Consulting is always a two-way exchange of information and an opinion between the employers and to whom and the workers that can best course of action can be agreed upon. So guys, and another one is informing information to workers in form that they can understand. Same what we are shown the workers handbook. That's it's the classic example. And one way of the employer does not have to take any notice or the feedback. Okay. So consulting, the different and informing, I think the informing is already being shared. How about the consulting is, for example, is the regular walks on your workplace with your HR manager or HSC manager at the time that they're going to ask you about your opinion, whatever your burden or whatever your suggestion either about the health and safety that will be for continual improvement of your company. Okay, so that's it. Then let's talk about the methods. So one of the best method is the Health and Safety Committee Forum. So anybody who can share who what can we expect on this committee forum? Can you share anything on your organization? What if you are facilitating or if you are a member? What's your experience on it? Any safety professional here? I know that you're really on it, that you are doing such kind. Okay, so I think I need to explain a bit more better. Following issues to be taken. Safety forum. I guess I have one example of the safety forum that's more interested. more interesting, I mean. Mr. Justo, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hands. Please.
Yeah, yeah, I was just asking about, I'm seeing here examining safety audit reports. So according to this, safety officers, they do audits, so how do they go about it? What do you mean by audit reports?
Audit. It is mentioned here at really earlier stage where here, examining safety audit. All right. Okay. So part of the Health and Safety Committee Forum is to discuss about any kind of, for instance, this is monthly safety committee. So at that particular month, if you did any kind of audit, either internal or any external audit that's happened on your organization or project, you have to examine the safety audit reports. Means you have to put it on your safety committee forum for discussion. Most importantly, if there's anything that being find out on that particular audit, that's really a very important case, like for example, major conformity or either minor conformity, or less would be opportunity for improvement or observation. So that's the way you have to examine it. Means examine to check and to share it to each and everyone, because the attendees also, probably your project manager, those concerned person are there. So you could able to share it and better actions on that particular forum. Hope it's clear. But moving forward, we will going to discuss this related to the audit.
Okay,
Okay.
please. I got the point.
Okay. So as what I'm talking about, I will share something that might be more interested, or really it's happening on the side. So what we are expecting on the safety forum. So first, he said here, who is the committee, how often the committee, and the chairperson, and the rest. So I'll give you some example of the safety forum. So this is the table, means you see here introductions, sorry. Then management review inputs, the team members, the management review, outcome of the review, conclusion, and the action plan. So always in your forum, give introductions. What is the objective of your forum? It should be there. Like, make sure the management system is suitability, adequacy is there. For instance, I just giving you a glimpse of it because it will be more easier for you how the way it's being broadcasted or doing on your organization. And the very important factors is the management review inputs. So what are your inputs, or what are you going to discuss? It should be there at your forum. For example, status of your previous management reviews, change in external informations like that, adequacy of resource, relevance of communication, opportunity for improvement, and such like that. So this management review inputs, you have to ensure that this is aligned on your legal expectations that you're following on your company. For example, if you are in Abu Dhabi, it should be aligned on the OSHA practice. If you are aware on that, there is a specific management review inputs that they are directed you to discuss on your organization. So that's the thing. And then the important factor is who is your chairman, who is the leading of your forum. For instance, here is identified as managing director, and the team to be called is the finance. For example, is finance manager, human resource manager, like that, and the team and the consultant teammates. The important factor is the worker representative as always. Okay, so moving back here, it's
Excuse me, John, are you sharing separate slide?
yes.
Yeah,
It's not
because I
captured.
didn't see it.
It is now, or
What I mean, while you were discussing the example, were you sharing a
It
separate
was in the
slide?
previous slide.
I mean, currently I'm sharing my screen. Hope this one is being currently what you see it right now at the screen, if you don't mind asking, Mr. Jonah.
Entirely the Health and Safety Committee Forum.
Okay, I see. Yeah, correct. I'm sharing something with you.
Yeah, you were discussing, but it's a separate.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
It's great to know. Let me try how I'm going to pop it out there. Hope it's fine. Better here.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same slide.
Okay. Not the MS Teams. No, the Microsoft Word files are being
No,
shared.
no.
All right, all right. I'm really getting headache with this Zoom. But however, it's really same in this slide. I was saying, hope you captured those things. I was saying, let's go back in our slide. What we expect is the committee. Who is the committee? There is a chairman. How often the committee meeting? So it's depends on you. But when we talks about legal requirement here in Abu Dhabi, just for experience wise, it's annually you have to conduct this management review committee forum. The act responsible chairperson is what I said. The general manager should be there, specifically when it talks about the management review. The authority will be the committee head. That's what I talk about. Sorry. Something problem with the screen. So as what I said, the authority will be the OSHAD that you are pertaining when it talks about legal requirement. What we have to discuss, the criteria, the discussion to be recorded with the MOM. I hope aware this thing. Always when there is a meeting, there is an MOM. It's called the minutes of the meeting. How will issue discussed will be followed up, and the actions to be taken, whatever the points are being discussed. All right, the function of the committee. This is morely entirely talking about the criteria. So you can expect they're studying the disease, accident reports, monitoring at what we talk about, examining safety audit reports, considering information from the authorities, the submitted reports from your worker representative, assisting development on procedures of the policy, effectiveness of training, and the rest is effectiveness of the safety communication. Any question with this thing? I believe it's clear.
No, sir.
All
Okay, thank you, sir.
Great, thanks for feedback. So let's move on the training. Okay, it's return. Things clear. Then training, just to be a straightforward, it's a plan and formal process of acquiring and practicing knowledge and skills relatedly in health and safety. So what we are doing right now is a kind of a training. So what we have to ensure is to ensure that we have suitably and sufficient trained person will be therefore to be competent. When talking about on your organization, you have to ensure that who is delivering the training is more sufficient and competent. And secondly, you should ensure that the persons are accredited on that particular trainings. So if you are going through on that particular requirements, you don't have any burden because it's as per on what the materials or what your trainings to be done. Then let's talk about how it's effective to the workers, why this trainings is happening. So at the end of always training, you get to have an understanding how involvement raised up. It will be reflected to the good morale and job satisfactions with the worker. Okay. Then understanding of relevance of safe system of work. Sorry, someone chat me. Okay. Then allows worker to reach the worker standard more quickly and increase flexibility. I believe no need to more further for that. Benefit of the employer to reduce accident frequency and severity, reduce injury related to the absenteeism. As what we talked about earlier, this is the indication of the safety, positive culture and the negative culture. So how this training is benefited? Reduce the chance of prosecution, increase profits and benefits, for instance, for operability. The training opportunities is the induction training, kinds of methods of training. First is the induction training take place when workers join an organization. So all of you guys, we are all employed, correct? And before previously employed, have you ever encountered an HSE induction on your current company? Can I just
And
ask?
as for the school operations, yes, we have to go undergo all staff have to undergo the HSE induction, which is carried out by our HSE team.
All right, that's great. This is really
Even in the airport also we have the same HSC induction
same
for each and
school.
every staffs.
Okay. School, airport, it is. Okay, so as a legal requirement, guys, that's why our organizations are doing it, because they are liable to train our employee before joining in any organization if they are part of the ILO and also part of this 45,001. And here in the OSHAD itself, they are mandated that you have to train. So what is benefited? Why this kind of organization or this legal requirements is enforcing this? To learn about the organization safe and a structured manner, ensure critical information is delivered and understood, especially the high risk activities that your company is performing. So I think we are all in the same page. Everybody are having this induction training. Okay, guys.
Hi,
I think
John.
yeah, it's John.
Hi, John. If I could just ask you, or also our classmates in this class, because we want to have a very productive training. What you implement in your institution could be copied in our institution and vice versa. This is an exchange of what they call this of knowledge as well. Could you share us also what are the usual content of in an induction training? What should be the primary focus in the induction?
It's very good questions. So here, actually, here really in the next slide, this is what's the way our content we're expecting in the, what do you call this one? HSC induction. So here, the organization health and safety policy is the topmost that you have to deliver. And secondly, the emergency procedures, how the way your employee will react during the emergency. Details of the workplace hazard control, first aid facility and personnel, the location of welfare facility, safe movement around the workplace, accident incident reporting, worker consultations, arrangement, general safety rules, non-smoking area, protective PPE. So I guess I could share you something with us related. So maybe it makes sense. Hold on. So this is visitor induction in my current organization. So all what we discuss is really similar. It's really here from emergency, from their objective, then they will know whatever it is. Whatever they
Sorry, John,
have.
again, are you sharing a separate slide?
Yes, again, it's
Yeah,
on.
we
All right, all
cannot
right.
see it. Can you please?
Yeah. Thank you, because really here in Zooms,
I think that's very helpful to us, the one you're showing. Thank
It
you, John.
is. Wait for a while. Share. Hope it's okay. Better. You see a PowerPoint presentation
Yeah,
currently.
yeah, we can see.
Okay,
Now
here.
we can see.
Okay, see, this is the normal inductions slide pertaining in my current organization. Visitor induction, so it's just a small thing. But however, those what topics that we shared, let's see if we can find it. So mostly emergency arrangement, especially we have to convey to our team. What is the objective of this thing? It always be there. They have to understand their roles and responsibility. So something is specific on your side means any attendance or registered prior for their visits, which mostly visitor log, they have to be there. Something emergency happened, they also taking an account. Rules of your company.
Welcome to
LSR.
Jeeva's Music World. Og input mode.
Miss No Name, you have anything to contribute? If no, I will continue. Some safety moment means always what's happening on your company. Line of fire, keep it clear if there's something. So what we talk about, yes, we saw now the policy. It's really communicated how the way it's your company behaving and the commitments of your team. Responsibility is very important as your safety professional. You have to emphasize this one. Duty of care, cooperate to the employees, as like that. Then rules again is always be there. The layout of your facilities should be there. Then the emergency exit and who is your key personnel. And again, the life-saving rules, the risk and hazard. Okay. Send the stop card like that. How the way they are going to empower to report some accident, incident. So most of all, that's what we are expecting. So you can see here it's similar what the expectation of the training material. Hope it's clear. Hope it's more better. It's more easier for us to understand. Okay, shall we move on? Okay, by the way, guys, I think we have a lot of information. So we can we make a coffee break at 11:30 for 15 minutes? It's fine.
John, before going to break, in your training, in your company, how long usually the induction training is? Usually 30 minutes like this, 1 hour?
In our current company, it's 2 hours.
2 hours, yeah.
Yeah, because I show you.
Is this including, because if it is for the visitors, do you think it will extend unto 2 hours?
Yeah.
For employees, long-term employees, 2 hours is understandable. But for visitors, do you think they need that 2 hours?
Yeah, I really agree on your point. That's why I have to say that for our employees, it's 2 hours. It's a permanent employee. For our visitors, it's normally just run around 15 minutes because they're not going through thorough with our site. It's just a common visits over there. But it depends on the organizations, the way your scope or context of your organization is what they are doing, and how many activities or hazards that are being identified. So it's really depends on. So, but the question is how long from ours is just around 2 hours to cover. Great.
Yeah, because thank you, John, because I'm very particular to this because I'm doing this on behalf of our school. I'm doing the induction for all the new employees. That's
Great.
why I'm very
Important
I
matter.
raised this question. Yeah,
Okay,
maybe
that's
the other classmates, our classmate can share also theirs.
yeah. Anyone from you guys would like to
Yeah.
share how long it takes on your inductions on your organization?
And what are the contents on the induction?
Sir, in our company, actually, we don't have this. Actually, I'm working in an office, but um, what I have learned right now, it's like an eye opener that it's really a good thing that the visitors, at least they should have some inductions for safety, because emergencies we'll never know. Oh, so if this will be a good practice for all organizations, it will be I think it will be much more a lot safer place for most of us. Thank you for the teaching stuff.
Yeah, very valid point, Arlene, because if your company is working here in whatever sector regulatory that you have to check. As what I said, if it's OSHAD, you are mandated to do it, to communicate, to do this induction training, especially specifically if there's subject for audit. It's part of the major non-conformity. And to be more severe or on detail, if you didn't do it, if there's something happened during their visits in your premise, an accident, and there is something legal requirements or legal authority that will be investigated, it comes to vitality. And if you fail to not provide this specific guidance to give your visitor appropriate uh, informations toward to your activities or inductions that they are pertaining to go there, your company is in real threat. It happens on the many organizations, these inductions. That's why every company, my recommendation is to follow this accordingly for also a legal requirement as well. Hope it makes sense to everyone.
Excuse me, sir. This visitor coming, so we are giving the safety induction. Then after we are allow for on the side. Okay. Okay. Safety induction. What is the going this on the side? They are coming to visitor. Somebody visitor coming. We are first time we are giving safety induction. Then after we are allowed on the side.
Okay, great. Good question. For the visitor inductions, yes, it covers minor, means a minor. It's a general knowledge that they have to. Your question if they allowed to go in the site, yes, they do have. But however, the host should be the guy will visiting the visitor that visiting on your site should not be allowed to visit alone.
Yes,
Should
sir.
always be there together with the host or the persons that invited him during the whatever safety walks or inspection that they want to do in their premise. He should not be alone.
Yes, sir. Without safety induction, they didn't allowed on the side. But this visitor coming, they did not know what about working whatever they're doing on the side. We are giving the safety induction. Then this kind of things, risk assessment, everything, equipment, things this way, access, everything. So we have the support and toilet and bathroom, rest area, everything. We are spelling them. But then after how we to communicate everything, every person we have to give to induction, safety induction, then like this.
Okay, your question is how to communicate or either communication is depends on your company, but it's recommended to give some better slides with them to share with them. But for us as safety professional, as always, when we are communicating, we have a proper record on it. After your training or inductions to be done, you have a record sheets attendance that this guy is being oriented at this particular date. This is the HSC induction in title that he already being communicated. And for us, this will be a very good evidence once there's anything happens that we did our part. We communicate whatever is the requirement. So it is another solutions. You can do it either in the plant itself. Means you have some
Sir, may I?
posters.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please carry on. Yeah.
Okay, sir, for some basic induction, safety induction, after what I think that after the recommendation of the safety site engineer, and he will allow the new entry, he will be the common side and he will must to take the basic safety induction. Then after he can come, not before, because it's too the big hazard.
Exactly. So before any site visit will be happen, that's why it's a safety induction or free training for that guy. Correct. Before. Agree on you.
Yes,
Okay.
he will just follow the signboards, and the safety engineer will ask, will acknowledge about some signboards and the ways where he will be safe himself about some in being the way of work.
Yeah. Yeah. Same like that. But the very important part, do not let your visitor specifically to visited at the site alone. You should be accompanied by the competent guy or the host that familiar on the site. Clear? So I think we discussed a lot for these inductions, and thank you, really valuable comments for you. So
Thank you, sir.
can we make you like to proceed for a break or continue? Okay, guys, I think we can
What do you
make
say? If you like to take a break, you can.
Sir,
okay. Miss Arlina.
ergonomics, sir, ergonomics. Stretch ka muna, sir. Coffee break.
Okay, thanks for that. That's why I feel as well the same way what you experiencing. Okay, let's have a break. Now it's 11:26. It's a 5 minutes. Can we go back at 11:32? It's fine with you guys? All right?
Okay. Assume, sir, can you better for this one to lunch break?
No. It's a 5 minutes break. It's 5 minutes. Later we can do a lunch break. It's fine.
Okay.
Just a 5 minutes. 11:32 just to stretch a bit, and you want to grab coffee. It's fine. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
11:32. We'll meet back. Thanks. See you. All right.
That's okay.
ఇంజి పుంటలా
Okay. Okay, so now guys, we are on 3.3 on element 3. Now let's talk about how the human factors is influence towards the behavior. So we all know that the individual workers are really a critical importance to manage effectively in health and safety management. Then these things are we covering here. So let's make an open questions here. What do you think, guys? Just pay attention on that particular questions and the item one, and help me how to answer these questions. First question is, why is it that a worker might behave poorly when working for the organization? But then the really tricky parts, they behave it entirely different manner when they leave and start to do work for another company. What do you think, guys? Any feedback from you guys? Let's say you know this guy very
It's
well.
not without
Yes.
proper training. They
Proper
started,
training. Okay.
and then when they start with the other company, they have trained and then educated all the rules and responsibilities and do's and don'ts. So their
All right.
working manner is different.
Exactly. So we're seeing the negative and positive organization culture. Correct. I agree. Then let's move on to the next question. Why is it that workers may behave safely doing one job, but when the unsafe practices start to creep or to engage into their behavior when they are switched to another job? So I think it's same what do you call it? Emphasis that's on the first question. Third, why is that one worker behaves safely at work but another does not, even though working conditions for both workers are the same? So guys, this is the open questions that we're going to discuss on detail how its influence. So let's dive on it. The reason behind is the health and safety culture of the organizations, the way that this culture is gradually absorbed by the individual. For the instance, what gentleman say, our student says that at that new organization, he given a lot of training. So it shows that that new organization have the positive culture, that they are really care about their individual. They really wants to give all whatever instructions toward to the health and safety. So then it's gradually absorbed on the individual, and then it's part of their positive organization group. Then secondly, the commitment and the leadership from the management where is visible and demonstrated outside to the boardroom. For instance, on your organization currently, that every time you are inviting your managing director to be on the site, to just be with you during the safety walk, and he doesn't care. And then your next organization, you see really the same what I show you, that the managing director is really into communicating, especially to the lower ground level on your organization. And he really demonstrated it towards a good commitments to the HSC. So it seems the individual is really committed and motivated on it. The thirdly is the more key factors is the resources, that the provision and adequate time, the money and equipment of the personnel to manage to carry out the work safely. Just a classic example on your organization, what we are always saying about the PPE. Anybody from safety professional when it talks to the resources, when any problems that you are encountering when we talks about the resources of PPE? Could you share you anything on your experience? For example, the the what do you call it? The what could I say is the availability of the PPE on your site. Think about it. If your company doesn't have enough financial funds for this PPE, it's really affecting on the human behavior towards it, because you are talking a lot of safe system procedure, but you don't have adequate resource to implement on the site. So these things should taking account to manage your work effectively on the site. Then lastly, the work patterns. For instance, during the night and to the extended hours, your employer would like always you to work after daylight for extension and not considering your health. So maybe it's also taking account. So therefore, our behavior is influences towards to these factors. So many things that we have to discuss. And another is the communication. If your communication, as what we are talking about, is less and poor to the management from the top, it's really being very a discussion on the organization, how the way they communicates the methods. That's what we are doing to discuss. The level of the supervision, and always the consultation and the worker involvement. The one that I believe this is what we already discussed, the training. So it shows really how it's influenced towards the health and safety. So we talk about this is, guys, when we are let's go in the scenario exactly how the way we're going to answer the questions. So when we are always answering the questions there, no, sorry, in the IGC1, we are facing such kind of these questions. Please provide the organizational factors why for example, again, the shift managers are behaving, or how the organization we're going to improve their safety culture. And then again, you have to relate your questions. You have to relate your answer toward to the scenario. So this is the key answer. It is. During your open book examination, you just review it and make it penetrating on the particular scenario. Okay? So that's the way how you're going to answer. When we talk about another factors is the job factors, wherein the tasks should always taking an account the environment, for instance, space, lighting, noise, and temperature, and also the humidity. Okay, wait, I guess I have to put it here. Put it here. Okay. Then, okay, as what I'm talking, the display and the controls and the procedure that existence the way towards to quality of working procedure. All right, moving forward to the job factors. I think that's also same expectation that you're going to do during your examination. This is what you have to consider. Any questions, by the way? Maybe you want to clarify or to add something? Okay, I think it's all right. Another last factors is the individual factors. We are talking about the we as a person. So these factors could really matters and how the way we are behaving, our personality, our attitude, our risk perception, our skills, and the competence, what we are talking about, the Kate, the ability, knowledge, and experience. Then apart from that, let me put some direction on it. Apart from that, we have a typical life experience. Well, what is the individual are being at the moment, what the way his feelings or influenced related to his mental characteristic of the individual. Let's taking account the persons that pregnant, experience in the womb, trauma, family influence, geographical locations, the schools related influence, his education, his occupation factors, what he gets trainings, or either his hobbies and interests, and also his peer, own family influence, and aging. So these kind of factors we should always review how the people is erratically or behaving better towards the health and safety. So always the competence is one also the factor as what we talk about. So as an organization, I think I could share you some how we can able to see his competence of our individuals. So let me see some another example for you guys. So maybe it more better for you to understand. Hope okay, the screen are literally gone. I will stop the share. Then hope this will be better. Okay, share the screen. Okay. The screen are shared. You see this Excel with you guys? Hello? Anybody see the screen, hopefully?
Yes, we can see that.
The Excel,
Yes, we
right?
can see.
Okay, guys. So talking about the competency, this is one another tools that you can able to use to see the competency or to ensure that your guys is still on competent. So this is the general employee competency assessment. So talking about the knowledge, the criteria was there. For example, the what do you call this? A designation of the guy is a rigger, maybe. let's say any port 2, 3, 4. Not applicable. Like Muhammad. No, sorry for that. Just make an example. The designation is rigor. So what we have to check here is the additional competency, if any, maybe his education, previous experience that he have, the certificate, especially if we rigor the certificate certified date, its inspection like a third-party training certificate, you have to take an account. Then all of the rest, the probation period and the expiry. Then getting on it, how to check this performance, we set some criteria. Let's say the trade, tools, and knowledge, how the way he is performing, efficiently initiative, his safety awareness, his attitude, his ability to work in unsupervised manner, his punctuality at the work, his English skills. So overall rating is how the way going to evaluate the guy is either excellent, average, and below average. So we have certain factors for that particular grading system. For example, if he score excellent, his total performance grade is 24, so it's equivalent and excellent, something like that. But if he goes on the below average, like 1 to 8, the grade C, so we can able to realize that the guys are not competent for that particular. So we could able to identify or these guys are for improvement, either for retraining, for coaching, and something like that. So that's individual factors that's really matters how the way they are influencing in HSC. Then it's also included the skills that they have developed over the time. I think it's already being discussed. Okay. Any questions on that particular example or here for individual factors? Would like to ask? Again, the screen are being shared. Not, we can move on.
Can you please explain it again? What is the competent role of the expenditure of the labor?
Competent role of whom? Rigor or? Sorry, I didn't get the.
Employer.
Your question is pertaining to competency, right? Competency of employee.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So as we're talking about, the competencies of the employee is always related to the knowledge. If the guy have a knowledge of that particular works, that's like I said, it's a rigor. During the interview, you will see it the way you're questioning the guy if it's really have a knowledge. Then secondly, on the practical level, his ability to perform the works, especially during the lifting operation, you see, he's really have ability on that particular requirement. We are doing some trade tests the way they are doing prior for any supplying to the projects, something like that. Then the rest is the training, how to see the competency of course. He have some third-party certification for that particular rigor approved training provider. And lastly is the experience according to his previous company and previous designation. There's a certain criteria for the competence in each role. Let's say your requirement for your company is 5 years that he should be a rigor on that he have experience in the rigor. So such like that, you can able to see and identify the competence using the what method? That's what we talk about. Wait. It's very important. See the way I answered the question. You can use this one during your examination. Okay?
Okay.
So K is for knowledge, A is for ability, T is for training, and E is for experience. This is very, very good mnemonic. Clear? So I think we can move on. All right. Another is the personality. We discuss about always to use the person's personality. That's who he is are, who they are. We have to check mental characteristic, feelings or behavior. And individual personality usually remains fairly consistent throughout their life. Then the attitude, always be there. You know already, you can easily identify if the guy is having a bad and a good attitude. If it's the person point of view is way looking at something they think and feel about it. For example, the attitude of the workers think in positive ways and other have negative. So always we prepare attitude that's being positive. But however, this is really developed over the time. It's not just an instant saying that, okay, I'll be all right, I'll be doing better. But it's quite early in our life that we have always tendency to stay because they're part of that particular group. So we ourselves is always for a continual improvement. That's it depends to the persons or our organizations how they going to attack or to change the person's attitude. And the message is really it takes time to create this attitude and to change this attitude. All right. All right. What we are talking about, we can easily see it to our verbal expression. Means it always saying no, it will never been happen to me, and we have never had an incident. And have you ever experienced this one on your during your HS implementation when you are stopping some of critical activities that you see that's really get cause accident? So this is the classic says of the poor safety culture or safety leaders on your company. That really, I have 5 years experience with this field. I never had any accident. I know my limits, something like that. So it's really represent as a bad culture or bad expression towards the safety. Okay, the other part of that, we have a motivation where always uh, part of the, sorry, just fixing my screen. All right. So sayings talking about motivation may be defined as the driving force that the way the person acts in order to achieve the goal. So I'll give you some example of the motivations that we could share. So guys, hope the screen are okay. It's visible, but
No,
Yeah, yeah.
not read.
not
We can see, but we cannot read the content.
Better zoom it little.
It's visible, but it's not that clear.
okay. Hope it's okay. I see also on my screen it's not really visible, but however the first okay, I will just it's a part of a company, one of the company motivation factors. So what's this company did? They selected around 30 employees that found working in outstanding safety performance in the projects. And the site teams nominate them during and awarded that's their willingness to act immediately when necessary. So around 30 guys. So guys, I would like to have your thoughts. Think about if your employees or one of the employees that received this kind of award that normally they giving around 100 dirham each month. What you will expect on your organizations or what do you think your organization are being directed you towards the health and safety? Anybody for motivation related?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, Miss Arlene, please. Any
Yeah.
share thoughts?
For for this slide that you have shown us, I guess first of all, I guess organizations should believe firsthand how safety matters. And they should be the one to practice first to motivate others, other individuals, so that they can imitate or follow what is being implemented. Then, if the organization itself is they do support the system, then this slide that you're showing, this actually really do motivates them. But aside from the incentives, just the main idea of like how the safety it should be followed through. It should be in the heart. It should be in practice. It should be they should really understand the logic itself within. Then I guess the people that the individuals or the employees in that organization will feel the atmosphere that it is very important. Then incentives is just kind of an add-ons of the motivations.
Great. Really a good one. It's a really a valid point. What I really like that is to work with your heart towards to health and safety. It says that if even nobody's watching on you, you should work your own in a safe and positive manners for your own self, something like that. And ownership, it's really a matters with that. Then I hope everyone is agree to Miss Arlene. Correct? Agree?
Yes, I agree.
So great. So what we are talking about is here at the slide is giving a financial reward, what's seen as the main motivator. Always the persons are the when we talks about money, it's really a good motivation for us. However, we should always emphasize that the importance of the involvement of the managers and workers, as what Ms. Arlene said, as leadership is always be there, will really make a personal achievement and recognition of the positive behavior towards the organization. All right, so let's talk about now moving on to the perception of the risk. Perception is the way the person's view on a situation. So guys, there is a say that it really matters the attention and experience when we are in present of individual accumulations when we are emotional state. So guys, as a personal advice, as always, maybe someone advise you, do not take decision when you are at emotion, because when you are emotion, you tends to decide that in erratic situation, you could just say because of you are considering your emotional states, so your brain is not really a functional and well, then at the end you will just realize that you decided in the wrong way. So that's always a perception of the individual. Okay, so let's go more deeper how the way it is. So there is a example here on the what do you call on our slide. So looking here at the pictures, let's see our observation skill now. So here at the first picture, what you can see here right now, what your mind interpreting on your brain. Anybody would like to share? Do you see something, anything? No problem. It's okay. What you can see here right now, guys. What's your perception on this image?
It looks like a female looking towards to the opposite side.
All right. Others, did you see that kind of way? Any others?
Perception, sir, it may differ of how the person see the situation, or if, even in this image, like if in this in the other side or in the other angle, you could see like a child or a woman, and then there is an animal, like something like that. What I'm saying is,
Exactly,
in
exactly.
perception, it will always differ. So
I think
when
I
making a
think we're
decision,
still.
yeah.
I think
Yeah,
he's talking
Nigel.
about the black and white. I guess. No, the other one I didn't explain. I think you're checking on the black and white. You have
Yeah,
asked
let's focus first in the black and white. But however, that
black and white image. Yeah. So
yeah, yeah, how,
if I would say that it looks like a lady or someone who's looking to the opposite side is what I can
okay,
see. Yeah.
great, great. So okay, but great. So guys, same expectation. That's what Arlene says. It's really differ on each and every individual. So let's see how I interpret it right now. So others people may see this that a young woman looking away on the opposite side, and the other might see this an old lady looking down. This is the eyes, an old lady looking down like that. Then probably another is you are aware maybe the different perception of that. For example, who see the young woman's nose and the eyelash, others see with the warts on it. White might young woman ear also, can you see it over there? So we might
It
use
Yeah.
this
it
Yeah.
might be
I
a
see the
man,
picture.
it might be a woman, it might be a girl or a boy. It may differ.
exactly. So now you're just recalling and realizing those things. So overall, you see the perception of us, and it's really evident that we have a different perception. However, almost everything we see and hear is only construct with our minds. Right? So that's the perceptions, how the way they would like to uh, derive for us. Okay. So how could I return back here? Where is the controls? Sorry for a while. Here it's just aligning.
Thank you, bro.
Okay, guys. So what is the factors that can distort the person's perception? So firstly, maybe this guy have illness, some stress-related factors, fatigue, drugs and alcohol involvement, the past experience of the training and educations, the PPE that interfering the ability or detect the hazards, and the workplace condition. So any question, guys, with this related? Think it's clear with us? So we can move forward. So last of these individual factors is improvements is always awareness, what we are discussing before. Trainings, as always, to increase their perceptions towards hazard, highlighting the hazard, using the safety sign at what's the guys being said before. We put some safety signs, it easily can be seen. Ensuring the adequate lighting at our workplace, avoid some distraction, such noise that result some hearing discrepancy of that. Then excessive heat during also, especially here in Middle East, we have to consider for a fatigue related. So guys, we talk about this individual, organizational, and job factors. So always think about when the question says related to the factors towards how you are going uh, to improve your health and safety, to suggest anything's related, you should always remember this acronym. So it's very important. Individual, organizations, and job. Okay? So I'm using this acronym like this. OJI. So when it says I see some questions related to the factors, I always considering these three letters. Okay, hope it helps and works with you guys as well. So 3.4, assessing risks. So here are the common requirements when we talk about legal. The ILO, the conducting health and safety risk assessment as part of the legal requirement. So specific legal related to risk assessment, European Union directives like Framework Directive 1989. And lastly is the Management of Health and Safety Work Regulation in 1992, which was amended in 1999. So this is just a basis. As what's the NEBOSH want is to ensure that we knows our legal requirement, specifically where we are working. For instance, here in the Abu Dhabi, we have to follow this OSHAD requirement, Abu Dhabi Public Health, when we are here in the premise towards referring to the health and safety. Okay, that's introduction. Let's go for the basic as an health and safety professional. So guys, anybody could share me about your experience about the hazard or anything that's different? For instance, says that anything that have potential to cause harm. It is correct?
Yes.
Correct. Then let's go on the picture itself. So as what I'm seeing here is a feet that's almost getting stuck or getting into this what do you call this with chain, and probably is a pointing object. So first the hazard is this, the pointing object. It is to be easier representation. Okay, so let's talk about the risk. So the risk is the likelihood and probability that the hazard, the harm or loss will come out, taking into the account and extent. It's just a simple explanation. It's a combination of likelihood and the consequence. So guys, anybody would you could help me to explain this risk is equal to likelihood times consequence? Any experience on your past experience that you encountered this? Any safety professional there? You mind? Risk is likelihood times the consequence. Okay, I think I will better elaborate it. So in every risk is identified with the likelihood and the consequence. So the likelihood is the chance of the risk or the hazard can be get during your activity, and the consequence is the either the personal
Excuse me,
injury.
sir. Excuse me,
Yes,
sorry, I come back.
Usman. Yeah,
For some days, there's some five steps, what I think.
yeah, Usman. Pardon, please.
Yes, as you see that there are five risk of the steps of risk assessment
All
of
right.
removing this hazard.
Mm-mm.
Like in any kind of accident, when you see any accident, any something, your injury is called some hazard at some site. If you not obey some rules and regulations of the site of safety precautions, or you not follow the PPE.
Okay, so what I get to you is there is a step on making a risk assessment, correct? Then there is
Yeah,
a proper control on
these
that.
steps are some identify the hazard. What is hazard? Number two, decide who might be the hazard and how.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
okay?
Yes, it's part of the steps, but that's a very good introductions. Later on, we're going to specific on that particular steps. So going deeper, that's risk profiling. So I will just share you one classic example at organization. What is the risk profiling that could you expect? So hope the screen is okay, or I will share it again. Share. Okay, guys. As you here seeing the screen, this is the example in the risk profiling in organization we're in. As you can see here, hope first of all, the screen is okay. You see the risk register.
Yeah, we
Yes, sir.
can
Yes,
see. We
sir.
can.
Okay, so we are talking about the risk profiling. When we talk
Is
about
this
risk,
risk profiling a general one, or we are talking about only specific company?
yeah, correct. So it's similar to the register of the risk. So what you are expecting there is, of course, you have to identify all the activities on your particular organization. Like here, they identified around 34 activities on their organization. So that's part of it. So apart from that, they have this risk registered on with them with the risk assessment and matrix. Have any one of you using the same matrix, or any one of you aware about this risk matrix?
Yeah, we are in education
Manager.
sector. We use it for the trips and travels for the kids when they are going to a zoo or something like that. We do this to this.
Okay, great. So talking about the profiling, when we already find out the activities that we have, so this is risk matrix 5 by 5. Okay, so we are talking about the likelihood, the chances of the accident could be happen. So basically, it was number as 1 to 5. So first, rare means there's less chance. Then second, possible. Always think if the accident will be how frequent it could be happening on your activities. Then you could say your assessment is 3. Likely, yes, we could say. Then 4, often means more frequent. Then the last is the frequent or almost certain that it can happen to your place. Then moving on the severity or the consequence, it is they consider as first as insignificant, means there is no significant effects on my probably in your organization, on your equipments, or probably on your employees. Let's say, for example, for the kids, there's no insignificant effects. It's very low. Second is minor. Third is moderate. And fourth is major. And 5 is catastrophic. As you can see, the order of the severity is from 1 to 5. Okay. Then talking about for there is also here, you can see here, guys, when we talk about the severity or the consequence, there are certain reference how the way we're going to evaluate the risk accordingly. When we talk about insignificant, think about on your let's say on your students, means on the school. If the guy is being involved on that particular accident, what will be the consequence? Probably slight injuries. If it's light damage to assets, there is no any disturbance to the my schedule. So you could just consider as insignificant. So similarly, how the way you're going to evaluate. So this risk profiling on your company will really dictate you how you're going to evaluate the risk. Okay. Then moving back on that, I think we can just make an introduction of this risk registered. Okay. But however, in our slide, we're going to talk it on a detailed manner. Okay. So let's move on to the risk assessment. Okay, then according to the definition, it's really a process of evaluating risks arising from the hazard, identifying the protective and measures, how the adequacy of existing control, and decide whether the take risk is unacceptable. So let's go more and deeper on it. Risk profile on each organization should have the risk profile as what I said to you and shared. Then risk profiling process, identify the safety threats faced by the organization, identify the health and safety impacts and the business that might result to threats like I was say probably property damage or personal injuries that results also to multiple fatalities or medical treatment case, such like that you have to consider. Then among of that, arrest is how the way it's being controlled, the control measure are being placed. So let's discuss this more better. As what I discussed on my previous example, identify the likelihood of the threat of the occurring means depends on your likelihood how the way you're providing your control measure in place. Then secondly, identify the priority of each threat. All right. So moving back on the example, wait. Let's see how we can identify our priority using the profiling of risks. Wait. Okay. The screen is still sharing with this risk matrix. Visible? So I have
It's visible. It's visible.
Okay.
Yeah, it's visible.
So saying how we are going to prioritize the risks is by means of this part. We are categorizing the risks on low risk, moderate risk, high risk, and extreme risk. So each of risk matrix, for this matrix, this is how the way it is. So when it falls to low risk, what's action or priority that we could expect? No immediate actions required unless escalation of risk is possible. And moderate risk, activity or industry can operate subject to management or modification. For the high risk, activity should be modified to include remedial planning and actions and subject for detailed occupational and health and safety assessment. Then the extreme part, activity or industry should not proceed in current form, means they cannot able to do so. So this is the risk prioritization, just to introduce you. So we will discuss it on more better, each by step later on. So talking about the risk assessment, why we are NEBOSH is put it as a material as topic discussion because it is a legal requirement. That's what we talked about earlier. The risk assessment aim is to ensure that the hazard are being eliminated or reduced by the correct application of the relevant standard. So later we will going to discuss this hierarchy and control in a detailed manner. However, let's go objectives. The objective is, of course, to minimize this kind of death and personal injury. I think I already said breaches, to avoid some breaches to statutory requirement, law, which might lead to enforcement action. The direct and indirect costs that follows from the accident. So guys, do you aware about this indirect and direct costs? Have you anyone could share me about this? For example, what we have to consider as a direct cost on the risk assessment or the accident that we are going uh, to evaluate. You have any idea?
What I have the idea, if the company is directly be insured with some insurance company, and if he's same some accident, then the company will be direct cost with that company. And if the third party, then they will make some time to make some approval. Is it?
All right, great, good one, Mr. Usman. So I will give you some example. Example of the direct cost is, of course, the worker compensation. Secondly, medical expenses. Thirdly, I recall it's a legal fees. Then lastly, they consider also as indemnity payment for particular accident. Moving forward for the indirect costs. Indirect cost means after this direct cost is, of course, when someone is get accident, it will be affected their production loss, and then the time for accident investigation. Then apart from that, it costs also reduce the employee morale.
And secondly, sir, may I?
Sure, sure. Yes, Usman.
Is it we give the if any action can happen at the site, and it will make the bad impact on the company, on the contractor, which makes the contract, and the first party or third party, the both of they can acquire this accident. Is it?
Exactly. This will, if you are working in you have the image to be maintained, and it will be part of the indirect costs. And that's what I'm saying. The employee will be
Yes, and
reduced.
especially Emirates government. Yes,
Government.
it's especially what I see the UAE government then affect on the third party employees who take the contractors, and it's directly cost to the employer because he see all those contracts and this in the next attempt he will see the good fine maybe if he not be give some full safety precautions.
Yeah, especially here in, I could say, in Middle East. It really matters with them when talking about some accident, especially with vitality. For instance, one guy is being fatal on your organization. If you are in Abu Dhabi sectors, what will be happen? Okay, firstly, they will going to put the company in court. Then they will be subject for many thing investigations related with the external factors, especially what's the root cause and what the company did, prevention, or what kind of directions that you're providing with your employee and how it happens. The very bad part is all these things, if you were in Abu Dhabi, it will be shared all over the contractors. The lesson learned. And if you are a competitor or if you are your partners, these partners will see what's going on your company. For example, you have the LTI, lost time injury, on your place. So you are subjected for too much audits from your partner. So it happens on one of the company. So they involve on it. So they're every time also they are on part of the contract, and this company is having this kind of vitality, and then they will hear to the another contractor, is that something happens with you, why your company is not being properly prevent such kind. And of course the impact to you will be what's happening on my company. And that's will realistic approach when we talks about indirect costs when there is a accident. Okay, hope it matters and makes sense, but we are just focusing on risk assessment. Okay, let's talk about more risk assessment.
Yes.
So, of course, when it should be suitable, sufficient. Risk assessment should be conducted in systematic way, a step-by-step approach. I think we can move on to that step by step. But first of all, the risk assessor should be identified. So for your organization, who do you think it's be part of the risk assessment team? Anybody? If you're conducting a risk assessment, who you're going to be part of it? Anyone, please?
Sorry, I can't hear your question. I
Yeah.
can't hear your question. Please repeat it again.
Yeah. If you are conducting a risk assessment, who you're going to invite at that session? Anybody from your team, guys?
Maybe the hierarchy of control and some director level of that company, the first party, and in front of them, we should arrange some induction. Is it on some safety engineers, safety?
Okay, great. So it seems we need some clarity on it. So the risk assessment team, let's make a scenario. You are doing some lifting activity. Let's say around 440 ton vessel to be lifted. So now the company is giving you instruction to do a risk assessment. So first of all, you have to identify your team who is being involved on that particular activity. So first, you should invite the project manager. Second, the lifting engineer. Third, together with the lifting supervisor and also the rigger. Second, next, the HSC professional means us as advisory level. And lastly, you have to consider as well the, what do you call, like the manufacturer of this particular equipment, because he knew the specific lifting requirement on his vessel, considering it's a 40 ton. So the message here at the slide is to make sure the composition of your risk assessment are being present, because you have to approach the risks, the complexity of the task, the environment within the task is being carried out. Okay, I think here I already mentioned majority of it. So hope anything questions on the assessment?
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yeah, Arlene, please.
So you did ask for who will be included with this the
Risk
team.
assessment.
Yes, for the risk assessment.
Okay.
In the finance department or in HR department, are they allowed? I mean, are they allowed to be part of it? For instance, especially in the finance, because there will be some financing that it to operate. I don't. Do you? I don't know how to really rely on it, but yeah.
What I'm trying to get on your question is, this the HR or the finance should be
Because
involved on risk assessment?
yes. Are they involved in this risk assessment? Because for instance, there will be something that it will be implemented, and it may cost the organizations as well. So, do you think they are involved in this? They must be involved in this, or is it mandatory for them, or
Okay.
just
A very good questions. For example, depends on your activity that you're going to be evaluates. Talking about when it talks about the finance related and to the risk to the HR related. I could say they should involve as well, pertaining to specifically when we talk about to the risk assessment in the camp. For example, because mostly the administrative works, they are really work on that. So they knew what is the financial risk, what will be the individual risk, and what will be the job factors related risk. But on some instances, mostly at the site, they not being part of it because mostly the part of this is the execution team to be at that level. So they are the one that really knows what should have to be there at that particular activities. And then afterwards, this risk assessment is being shared to each and every department that's are being engaged on that particular activity. So maybe I could say I answered that maybe this risk assessment could be shared on your related finance officer or director, and also to the HR related, if they feel they are not really on the part of the execution team. But if they are part of it, of course, they should be part of the risk assessment team.
It's very clear. Thank you for clearing it up to me. So it may, in my understanding, probably it may differ from the organizations itself. And if the finance, if they have like their system to go through all of this risk assessment, forming the team itself, I think maybe beforehand, this department will be aware of already beforehand. And if it's not, let's say, as I've said, it may differ from the organization. Um, if we could rely on them at the idea, I think it's much more better as well for future references, for new updates, for new things that at least these departments will be aware of. But yes, you do state
All
it
right.
clearly. Thank you.
Yeah, I also see your understanding on it, which is same expectation on that particular. It's really varied according to the organization's context. Okay, so I think we can move on. Moving on the next slide will be again the team which we talk about. They could answer the technical questions, the design, they could talk about that, how the experience, how often the maintenance of it, the knowledge of the history of this type of the equipment or process as part of the evaluation, and good understanding of the regulations, standard, and any specific safety issues associated with the task, or understand the human factors. So having the steps what we are talking about, let's go in one by one in details how we're going to approach to do this risk assessment. So first is to identify the hazards. So to be common general rules, we have two types of the hazard. Firstly, the health hazard and safety hazard. So in this health and hazard, so it's categorized in 5 sections: chemical, where it's you can, of course, mostly it presents in our workplace. It's paint, transport, exhaust, fumes, biological like bacteria or pathogens, physical like noise and vibration, and ergonomic, repeated strains, injury, or manual handling. So this will refer us how the way we're going to categorize for the health hazard. It can be used for risk assessment, identification of hazard. Then moving forward is the safety hazard, wherein related mostly in equipment, machinery, vehicles. That's another, we could say, against something that being fixed, your that's struck. Medical handling things, slip trips, minor things like that. Working from height, pressure equipment, dangerous substance, fire, confined space, electricity, animals, and workplace violence. So I could say safety hazard is really related to the operational hazards on your workplace. Okay, after identification of all
The
of,
movement of the people from one place to another place.
yes, we could say it's a transportation mobilization hazard. So I will consider as a safety hazard, correct? So this is general example of the hazard. We probably in your organization, you identify more, many, depends on our context. Let's move on in this. What kind of source or records that we can able to consult when doing the risk assessment? The accident records. Next is the ill health or the database records. I think that we shared it. We can refer it back. Then the medical records of the individual that will be performing on that task. Then the risk assessment, maybe the previous risk assessment that being made for that particular activity. Then the maintenance records and reports of the equipment, the preventive maintenance, you will find some defaults, some operational failures or history. You can rely it back and evaluate. Our safety representative inspections, our regular inspection. Probably you were seeing some kind of unsafe condition or some unsafe behavior or unsafe actions. Sorry, extension. So you can consult this kind of report, audit investigation similarly, and committee meetings as well. Then another factor is the external information. So always to be considered this internal and external. Example for this is the national legislation or regulation, like for example here in OSHA, we have to check if you are in Abu Dhabi. Approved COPs, similarly, is standard published by European, like an ISO standard. If you talk about health and safety, is 45,001. The manufacturer information is very important because you will see the detailed one, the recommended operating structure, the trade and association, if there's any chemical related thing, safety journals, magazines, bodies or agencies, trade unions, some charity for non-organizational organizations that have interests on your workplace. So that's an external related matters. So let's go about the task analysis. Okay. The task analysis is the first step on the risk assessment, where you have to spot it before the start works rather than after the work has started. Breaking a job down into the component and its step. So I think to be easily remember, I will share you some risk assessment. Wait for a while, cancel. I think this is the way it is. So guys, saying for the step 1, hope the screen is okay at the Microsoft, the risk assessment. You're seeing right now, guys? Or same slide?
Yeah, we can see, we can see.
Okay, so here you see the job tasks, the job steps are being identified. The office work, so what kind of hazards to be there, for example. Then use of uncontrolled excessive paper, newspaper, and magazine paper carton and like such like that, they identified towards to the office work. So pertaining on that, this is all identify the related activities that they're going to be engaged, like fall on the same elevation, probably glass and water, broken glass. Then another activities that on the office work, leakage and cleaning and agents of disposal. So that's just making a clear picture of you how the way this risk assessment. Maybe it's more easier to you to remember. So first, so we identified the tasks. As what we said, is select the task, record the steps by step on it, develop the safe working method, implement the safe working method. Then legislation, as what we talk about, is always be there. Check if any related legislation that will be part of your activities. If legislation, again, if Abu Dhabi, we're following the ocean. And manufacturer information, as what we talk about. Incident data, the worker's operator involved with the activity, worker, or nearby fuzzing. Sorry. So saying this, the identification of the methods, this the more this all of incident data, manufacturer informations is really I see in the papers that really it's appearing. So guys, my advice with you is just pay close how the way this manuscript or materials are being said. So once you see this kind of methods, you can easily answer your question, like methods like task analysis, legislation. So this is how we're going to attack the exam. Okay. Then afterwards, step 2, identify the people at the risk. So you guys, what do you think on the step 2? Why it's important with us on the risk assessment to identify the people at the risk? You have any ideas, or maybe you can share it with us pertaining to this step 2? Why it's important?
Yeah, especially in our risk assessment, when we are making, we consider as a passengers. We are working in airport, right? At the
Okay.
workplace where we are working, we will consider the passengers getting affected and then the staffs related with that work, like that. So the step 2, identifying the risk of the people, it's most mandatory, I think so.
All right. Really great. In the airport, which is the passenger is your key.
Yeah.
People at risk.
Yes.
So it's important. For example, this maintenance, you could consider as well the cleaners, the contractors at the premise working.
Yes.
So these things you have to identify on the risk assessment. Then let's go more deeper on it. The visitor as well. The member of the public, I could say, what's our guys say? The passenger. For example, some release of toxic chlorine gas from industrial site will affect the passers by on those who live near on the site. So something evaluation you should go on that extent. Another instances is the trespasser is uninvited visitors may get onto your site. This is particularly important when regard to possibility of the children's coming onto their premise, especially at the city where we are constructing. So despite you have a legal care to your employee, you should consider also this kind of unwanted events like uncontrolled of these children. So your risk assessment coverage is not only for your internal, you have to consider as well for the external. Okay, risk rating and prioritization. I think I already explained, but however, we're going to explain in few slides. Probability and likelihood of harm and severity of consequence. So guys, any questions when we talk about the probability? You have any confusion of the probability and likelihood? just asking your understanding. So we are on the same page right now. Probability or either the severity. You know the difference? Okay. I think yes, everybody's on the same track. Okay. So here is again the risk rating and the prioritization. As what we discussed earlier, see here in our manuscript that really they are looking forward to probability and likelihood and the severity. So what we're expecting here is same expectation, wherein I will put the likelihood in this kind of order. It either the more often means more engagement or the possibility that accident will happen. And for the severity, this is more consequence, like probably a fatality. All right. That could be happen on your risk assessment when you're assessing the risk. And here, maybe I could say some minor injury. So you can see and reflects how the way this risk matrix are being set. So moving forward, we could make more explanation on that. I believe this should clear. So how we could check this rating before we introduce this one? So using this numerical risk rating system, sorry, we could ensure the clarity of the thinking. That means how we can tend to think in more careful manners about the likelihood and the severity. And then it is really accurate result at the end where we have a positive outcome of the residual risk on that. Then apart from that, the consistency of the approach. So different people can use the system with similar result. So we could use this one as benchmark from other companies or other activities that we are planning to do so in the future. Then the prioritization, since it's really represented by number, so it's very self-explanatory with us. With the higher number of the greater risk, so that's we have to pay more better attention. Then it is possibly easily for us to separate those kind of risks presented by the several hazard and rank them in order. Okay, guys, so again, this is the matrix. As what we are discussing here, first of all, are you using the same matrix on your organization? Who are encounter this 5x5 or any other that maybe you could share it with us? What kind of matrix that you are using? So mostly, guys, I will share you what do you call it? Other companies matrix. How the way they are representing the risk. It's one of our clients. So let's see how we can able to be more understanding of it. Let me check. Library. So guys, hope the screen are okay. Seeing this matrix, or shall I reshare it? Okay, guys, you are seeing this current risk matrix. Hopefully, it's okay. Please, any feedback? So I will discuss this.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so those who are working in ADNOC, so you are seeing this before. So these matrix are relatively different from what we are discussing. So you see here, it's a 6x6. Okay, 6x6 matrix. But however, the matrix here is completely similar on what the expectations that the ADNOC says. Saying this, one will be the notable for this severity, and minor accident like a minor injuries. When we call it 3, it will be a serious injuries. And 4, moving escalated for single worker fatality that can be happen. When we talks about 5, multiple workers up to 10 permanent disability could be happen, and they categorize as catastrophic. And lastly, 6, disastrous. But however, all of this one is being ranked. The outcome will be always with positive prevention, what you're going to do. But here is, sorry for didn't pay attention at this one. Moving for the likelihood, they have a different understanding. It's not a numerical representation. They represent this as a alphabetic representation like A, B, C, D, E, F. Similar to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, same. Okay? Like A is rare, B is unlikely, C is possibly, D is likely, and E is very likely, and F is certain. Then as what I'm saying, in every risk assessment, there is a risk level. So each risk level, let's say, when it falls to the low category part, what you have to do, what you have to do is to make a lower priority for improve and effectiveness, and for to cut it for the high, report immediately upon the identification, and to be straightforward when you are working in the ad hoc field. If you are on this kind of category, you don't need to proceed your work, and you need to evaluate your risks until you falls on this level at the medium category, and either most recommended is in the lower category. Okay, hope any questions you would like to say about it. I just making some examples on the other outside this hour presentation. But to be honest, it's really same how the way they are evaluate the risks with us. Okay, so I think we can move on to the hierarchy of controls, guys. So guys, are you anybody could share you about this hierarchy of control, what you are understanding on it, and how it's important when we are dealing the risk assessment? Anybody safety professional that normally we are using it? Some better feedback from your guys? Hello, still audible? Hoping?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, great. So I'll share you guys some hierarchy of control. You're really familiar about it. So first will be elimination, and last will be the PPE. So elimination is the hazard can be eliminated. For instance, a completely avoiding the activity that arising on your task. So as an HSC safety professional, we always considering this kind of sorry, the screen are being broken. Let me reshare. Okay, sorry for that. Okay. Okay, I was saying that elimination, but you guys can you agree with me that all hazard can be eliminated? Correct or not?
All hazard cannot be eliminated. We have to identify basically. So whatever is identified, we can eliminate.
Agreed? Anybody are same page with us that all hazard cannot be eliminated or can be eliminated?
We can only try to control them.
Yeah.
All right. So we are only here to control them. It's like this kind of control. Very good feedback for you guys. So I think we're on the same page. Really, the hazard cannot be eliminated for some instance. So I will give you some example of that. For example, that we are working at heights to perform some what they call painting activities. So rather than particular working at heights to be done, and a very good thing is the we could use is avoiding these persons to use a ladder. Rather, substitution of this control is providing him a stick or pole to use during his painting activity. So that's kind of idea. We'll share you how the way it's being prevented. Okay. Then another good example is some respiratory requirement there that we have to determine whether your workplaces really need that kind of particular chemical, or if the answer is no, so you can easily remove it and the product will not cause threat on your organization, something like that. So similarly, substitution. So I think it says that the possible to substitute one hazard with another that creates less risk. That's what I said. So for another example is why, for example, when we are having a chemicals on our organization, if it's not possible to eliminate, we could go and extend that we could substitute it with a less toxic chemical, with a non-toxic solution like this. Nowadays in paints, we could say it's BOC paints that there's no really harm from our ill health. Means for our health. Some things like that that we could consider when we are putting some controls. Okay. Then next part of that is the engineering control. So you guys, maybe I could say also an example to for better more understanding. Again, in the working at heights, part of we could use is the, are you familiar about this providing specific scaffolding platform with the proper guardrail system? So this is one of the engineering control. And another says here in the example is isolation of total enclosure. That's the hazard could physically that nobody is exposed to it. This might be done by total enclosure or containment of the hazard. For example, is when you are painting materials. So in the open field, normally you are say that many of your employee might be affected. So what happened nowadays in the very high-end painting business, they put it on the isolated part that nobody can be exposed during the isolation. So that's another engineering controls. And same it's also a good example for separation or segregation. You could consider also the partial enclosure and put some safety device, for example, that ensure that item is used in correct way and not in a safe way. So that's another control that we could consider when we are considering. The next on it is the administrative control. So you guys, are you agree with me that putting safe system of work is one of the administrative control? Anybody's there? Administrative control. safe system work is part of the admin control?
Yes.
Yes, we are here.
Agreed. So you guys already seen what's kind of safe system of work that maybe we could introduce during our risk assessment controls evaluation. What we can consider kind of safe system work when we talks about health and safety. What kind of paperworks that we are using as safety professional? Lots. Could anybody identify that?
We should follow the rules, sir. Safety, for example, yes, for example, first we must have to follow the PPs about the safety precautions, safety rules, and safety belt, safety harness, and XYZ, the helmets, safety shoes. Then if we go some high rise building and something somewhere else, work at height, something, and secondly, all of these equipments, like if we use some heavy machinery, some lifting machinery, or if
Okay, great, Sir Sman. I heard the PPE. However, we can reflect it on the later stage. Then another part that you said is something procedure and instruction. So guys, let me share you one of the example of safe system of works that hope it's more impacted with you guys so you can easier to remember admin related things control. So just wait for a moment. Okay. Share. Oh, sorry. Have to share again. This thing. So guys, this is one of the administrative control and it's example of the safe system of work. Hope it's clear. Here, it's okay. All right. So you seeing here right now is normally the content of the safe system of work. So as we are talking, as part of administrative control is just basically is the instructions what we have to abide. What such kind of restrictions or guidance what we have to implement towards to our activities. So this example will normally we could see some smoking policy, environment protection, the personal protective equipment guidelines, the inductions procedure, how the safety equipments are being inspected, the safe operating practice, electrical, excavation, and more. You see here right now. So guys, this is to be more straightforward at what is the administrative control is really pertaining on your organizational instructions. Okay. So apart from that, what kind of things that we have to implement is at the real scenario at the site is providing a permit to work system, providing a method statement. Okay. Then the rest is providing some checklists. That's kind of administrative control that we have to consider. So moving forward, so wait, where is the text? So it says this is the formal procedure with defines method of the working. I hope it's clear, okay? All right. So I think we can move on. Okay, many signs saying this supervision information instructions that we already talking about. Ano, this is one of the very good administrative controls that's really happening on the risk assessment. If you cannot really eliminate or substitute the hazard, the last options that you could no the options that you could also use is the supervision by the competent person. It really matters. Okay, then another admin part is the safety sign, as what I already shown with you guys. Prohibition, warnings, mandatory, and safe conditions related. Then this is the example of it. So any other, when we talk about prohibition, any things that if a safety professional say to the employee, what's your understanding when you saw this red pictogram on your side, on your screen? Anyone could share their opinion?
Yeah, not allowed to smoke.
No smoking zone or no smoking area.
Okay. Right. It's really a good answer. It's related to the smoking. But however, it says its prohibition means if you see this circular sign in red, white, it's really a mandated prohibitions that pertaining to the legal authority or requirements on your company when it says to the policy. So it's a high safety signs that we have to obey. Okay? So that's why it's categorized as a prohibition. Then 2 is the warning. It's, let's say, for example, this one, the triangular signs with the black or yellow. It's cushion, slippery, for example. This is just a warning for you guys. It's not a mandated that you uh, cannot go there. You have discretion to go there, but however, there is a precaution said you have to be careful. And the safe condition as well. The very classic example is the emergency assembly point. Then item 4 is the mandatory signs. Okay. So this is just a self-explanatory that normally we are seeing at the organization. Then lastly is the PPE, guys. So PPE, who is agree with me that the PPE is the last defense of the result? Anyone?
Yes, the PP is the last one.
Yes.
When we tried already to with this
Safety measures.
yeah, we all
Okay.
tried the safety measures, but we couldn't. And the PP is the last one. If we cannot use the PP, then it means the job cannot be done.
Exactly. So I think we are all aware the PPE, whatever it is. I will give you a classic experience when talking about the activity at
And
the
if
site.
you and what I see,
Yeah,
excuse
Usman.
me,
Yes.
and secondly, what I see that PPs are mandatory at site, the full safety harness, full safety jacket.
Yeah, safety jackets or yes, I agree on that. PPE is a mandatory and there's a supplementary PPEs that they are defined. But yes, I know that you are very aware of this safety helmet, gloves, eye protections that's having to do so. What we are trying to extract here right now is how it's important when talking about the hierarchy of control. So what I'm going to share you guys is really happens on the industry nowadays. So a basic classic specific example of it is making an isolation on that particular equipment. So mostly here in the construction field, we are working with a client. So I will give you a scenario that the client is the one who uh, are doing the isolation, doing log out, tag out, and whatever it is. So as a client, what they have to do is just to provide the permits to the contractors that saying all the things are being sets and okay and done, the isolation and whatever things to be done. So as a contractor, we don't know if really these guys are really doing well. They really isolated. Think about they are working the critical jobs is working in the confined space. Whatever elimination, substitution, administrative permits that we are talk about, substitution of the task, they did. But however, we don't know still if this is implemented. So what happened? As a contractor, this is what we call the last defense. The last defense, if this anything that being arise during your activity, or if this elimination, substitution, as administrative control are failed, you are protected yourself as a last defense. You get the point, guys? Hope you get the points. I will make more emphasis. It's happened on our colleagues from my former company. Someone are being died because of that particular incident, that we rely on the client. We rely all things are being set. We trust them as a client. But however, they fail to isolate. So what they come up the company, it's related to the PPE. We related to the steam works. For example, we give them a sophisticated chemical suit when dealing this high steam. So if the client is fail on that particular controls that they have, we ensure still our employee, we still safe because he have a suitable protective equipment. Okay, I hope you guys get what is the importance of the PPE and how it says less defense. Okay, great. Then, but let's go with the benefits. Despite of a good one, there's also limitation on it. It says that it's only protect one person, the wearer. All right, I was saying here. It may not protect adequately if not fitted correctly. It may not be comfortable, yes, and interfere with the wearer ability to do the job. Increase the overall risk by impairing the sense. For instance here, the goggles that always have some mist on it. Then people do not like wearing. Of course, that's why behavioral things that we're always seeing at the site. And if it fails, the dangers, the workers, really, it's high risk. Okay, so that's the limitation of it. So I think we already covered PPE. Let's talk about the residual risk. Anybody knows about this residual risk? This something very important when we are assessing the risk assessment. Anyone knows about it? Would like to share on it? Residual. Okay, I think I will going to emphasize this on better explanation. So residual means is the risk that after all the preventions that you're being made, you will going to see, evaluate again the severity and the likelihood, like how much it is. Then you always target, or your objective is to put in low as reasonable and practicable. Okay, if the existing control are adequate. So those residual with the high risk has to be made about whether this residual risk is tolerable and acceptable. So I think I will reshare this TRA that you can see better understanding on it. All right, come on. Here itself. So guys, hope the screen is fine. The risk assessment was shown. Okay, so here at the risk, first of all, during the risk assessment, we are identifying the initial risks, identifying the hazards, or for example, the initial risk for the probability is 2. Then the severity is 3. So 2 times 3 is 6. So they consider as a medium. According with this is 4 to 6. Then we are talking about the residual risk. So we put another control measure on it as what we talk about, the hierarchy of controls. Then we have to evaluate it again. Then according to your evaluation, the severity, the probability is being decreased. It become, sorry, The probability is the same, but however, the severity is being decreased. So it comes to 2, then it falls to 1 to 3, it's low risk. So this is the example how we're going to evaluate the risks accordingly. Then moving back to the slide. Okay, so it depends. As we are the evaluator with the team, we should always consider it's a tolerable or it's either an acceptable level. Okay, then afterwards, we should put some time scales on our priorities like low, medium, and high, putting some emphasis like target dates, it immediate or either long-term, a monthly basis or a weekly basis. It's very important. Then should review and update the risk assessment. This is very important. So guys, anybody of you why we have to review and update again? We already evaluate the risk assessment. And why do we have to review it again? For what kind of purpose? Any one of you would like to share your experience or any thoughts on it?
Sir.
Yeah, Arlene?
To see if it's still applicable in the activity that we're having on the site.
Okay, exactly it is. So what the message for why we have to review it, it is still applicable by means of probably our process change, our substance and equipment, the workplace. Exactly. Maybe you're working today in Abu Dhabi and you are working probably tomorrow in Fujairah with something different. Then another is the personnel is different if there's any changes on it. And always the legal standard on that particular event. Then also we have to consider also the feedback of the accident investigation, some near miss that's happened on your activity that we should take in account. So means if there's something happening on that particular activities, accident arise or something wrong, that we have to evaluate it again. Then okay, so hope it's clear. Then the rest is the young person, expectant mothers, disabled workers, lone workers should be taken account as well. Okay, guys, can we have a break or you want to continue? Okay, I believe we could have a break of 1:30. 1:30 to any suggestion or you want to continue as well? Because we have many more slides here.
Yeah, we need break.
Yeah, Mr. Osman, anything? Sorry.
Yes, sir. Let's continue.
You can continue, guys.
Great.
Yes, sir.
No, it's okay.
Okay, all right. So we're just finishing this one. So I believe we could what do you call, make a lunch break later. All right. So let's talk about management of change. Many typical change that we are already introduced, but however, this is targeted being always organizational change. That's what we talk about this thing, new workers, managers, activity change. For example, the work processes and equipment, the material change for the new chemicals, raw materials that you're being introduced on your workplace. So this kind of change that you have to take in always account. Then how to involve your management for that kind of change. So what you have to do is a basic workplace inspections to identify the change, screening of the health and safety impacts, preliminary plans for the implementation of the change, Risk assessments as what we talk about. Development of approval of a final plans, including the control measure. It's very important to the organization. Implementation of the change, how we're going to execute the change towards to your organization. And the final assessment and the close out means the feedback of your changes on your organization and the closeout, any outcomes that being identified, significant change to be there. Then how to manage it, and at just a administrative level, that always what we have discussed in earlier. You should effective communication and a very physical cooperation with your line managers. Senior management as always targeted. A risk assessment could really always be the key when something change on your equipment organization. Appointment of the competent people, like appointment of the guy, part of the assessing team, segregation of the workers area, like isolation, amendment of emergency procedures and welfares and procedures. That's the main control measure to mitigate the impact of the change. Okay, any questions? I guess it's just an administrative that's we already tackled. So review. So I just would like to emphasize that the review should involve to the relevant stakeholders, inherent the communication in the process outlined above. So sometimes that's not we only not considering our internal, should be also being communicated to your external parties like stakeholders or client, so they know what's happening or ongoing on your organization. So always we have to two accounts why this kind of reasons to be made to address the problems, and always the opportunity to presented by change that has being made, to highlight the learning and opportunities for management change process, for future change can be carried out in effective way. So that's most of it. Safe system of work, as what I earlier shared you, is a procedure, as what I already shared. It defines the safe methods on working and eliminate those hazards. So I already shared like confined space, electrical. You have to evaluate your organization, which is relevant on it. You have to create a safe system of work. Then moving forward, it mentions what's the responsibility of your employer. What's the responsibility of that? So I'm sharing of it. So here, as you see here, that like for example, your line manager are responsible to ensure that all resources in the workplace are performance job safely. HSC manager is to ensure that's updating and reviewing these documents. Then a person, everyone is responsible for action and decision may delegate that actions, decision to someone else, and always be responsible. So that's part of the safe system of work, and it should be mentioned and identified. The role of competent person as what similar to the responsibility. It should be having this possessing with knowledge, experience, and training. Then importance of the worker involvement. What we discuss is you have to be always be there when something change or happen or safe system of work should be developed. It's very important, and it shows a positive cultures on your organization. Then importance of relevance of written procedures. So we're talking about the precise represents preference for all workers, ensure consistency of method. Word of mouth is unreliable method of communication and prone to errors. So they're talking about the verbal and the written communication. So always when we're talking safe system of work, it should be a written and communicated to everyone. Then the rest, you should always establish the standard that can be audited with a written record. That's what we said. And all safe system of work like management's HSC management system is always subject for audit. That's why you have to keep it revising and keep up to date if there's any kind of change that being arise. Moving forward, your safe system of work should be delivered on 3 parts. Technical should be apply directly hazard in order to minimize the risk. Procedural, as what we talk about, some admin related relation to the hazard, and the behavioral, that individual that acts in relation to the hazard, when mostly pertaining trainings for that our people and another controls mechanism. Then we already talked about the technical, so here it is. Part of it is include equipment, access, egress, environmental and light noise, which should be there. Last is the PPE. Procedural, as what we talked about earlier, I think it's already covered. Rules, procedure, permit to work. And the behavioral, good example is the health surveillance. Okay, then supervision and training in the issue of PP, as what we talk about. Training is important when we talk behavioral. Developing is analyzing the tasks, identification of the hazard, risk assessment, then instruction of training and operating system and monitoring system mechanism. So I think no need further explanation in it. So let's go start with the permit to work system. So guys, can anybody share me about the permit to work? What do you think is the permit to work and how it's important in our organization? Anybody from you guys, safety professional especially, or those who are having PTW system on your organization? How it's very important to you? It is important?
It's very important because each and every work which we are planning to do, and then the method, and then the scope, and then the risk assessments, and then all the details have been particularly mentioned in that PTW. And then
Okay.
as per the organization rules and responsibilities, we need to get all the necessary actions, necessary trainings, certificates, documents, all has to be submitted in that same.
All right. It really shows that how it's important it is. So guys, it's really the definitions. It's really a formal and documented safety procedure that all your, as what Mr. Gokul said, it's necessary precaution are being how the way it's before, during, and after particular things. So better.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Yeah, Usman. Yes, Usman. Carry on. Anything
Sir,
to share?
but
Yeah.
I see, I think after the submission of our documents with the safety manager, he can take any action and something and follow the rules as it was. Is it?
After submission of
After the
agency
submission of
documents?
all the documents with the company, with the safety manager.
Something I think you
Yes.
have
Is it?
to, it's part of it, but however, permit to work is many attachment, I could say. You're trying to say like risk assessment, method statement, toolbox talks requirement. After submission, then you will get some
No, first of
approval.
all, sir, first of all, if you would like, if we would like to start any, yes,
Yeah.
yes, after signature at to do work stock, after the morning hurdle meeting, then after, if you should take any the high risk, any some work at height and XYZ some places, some
Exactly. It is covering those permit to work system. It's really answer here in the right corner in the next corner hit it. This is appropriate where what for the critical tasks like hot work, work on high voltage electrical system, confined space, maintenance as well, working at heights, operational and excavating buried services. So for better understanding, I will show you one example of the permit to works and clear all drawings. Hope the screen is okay. Seeing the hot work permit. All right. So here is the one of example of it. Trying to submit. Okay. Then removal of this. Okay. So this is a permit. This is using in ad hoc groups to be straightforward. So here, let's talk about it, how it's important. So what you can also see here. So here you see the permit number. What is the maintenance number, the location itself. Okay, the permit number as was saying. What kind of work that you're going to do. It says it's a hot work. So a part of the permit introduction is to identify what kind of works that you're going to do. Then they make it specific. The work title, hot work inside the reactor bay. Okay. Then next, it is mentioned is the location of the equipment. For instance, is the reactor zone 1 and a specific equipment ID. Then here, there is some part of the location. They identify what is the zone, the red, if you're familiar in ADNOC, red, amber, yellow, and green. Then the zoning of 012. It's just totally for the location of the entire equipment. Then now, another is the description of the work, how it's important. It's mentioned what you're going to carry it out on your in accordance with your permits. I'm just getting this thing. Okay. Then next is the work permit request. Who is requesting of this permit? So he have the accountability for that particular permit to work, that I confirm the details of the permit is clear and description is fine. Then afterwards, he will check whatever certificates requirements. When we talk about certificates, is the supplementary documents on his permit to work, like I believe Mr. Usman saying, like isolation, atmospheric test, vehicle entry, it is, and it's evaluated. Like for instance, just a tick mark like that. He will just tick here. The jet safety analysis is there. So at that particular permit, we're going to see it. Then afterwards, the work validation of the area authority means who is the confirming the details are all attachments that they can proceed, means authorization, the name, the date and time, and the sign. Then afterwards of the approval, they will endorse it on the relevant employee, specifically. So here the endorsement saying that I have reviewed the permit and the attachment are confirmed that the control measure are reduce the risk as reasonable and practicable. So you have to sign here. Then another section here in this permit is authorization, the final authorization of this, that the validity from a specific date until this specific date. So it's mentioned on the permit authorization itself. Then the last part is the work site. Again, for the daily thing, they have to check the frequency of the, what do you call, the permit to work validity. Here you see it's on daily basis. Wait, I have to clear it, and like here in daily basis. So it depends on your permit to work, but most commonly it's on a daily basis. Then afterwards, the permit closure, it's always be there to be considered. After all your tasks are being clear, housekeeping is satisfactory. equipment safe in condition, you have to close this permit. So there's no any open activities on that particular that you can see on your system. Then moving forward, if this permit is closed, so that is the overall process of the permit to work system. So this is some of the attachment, toolbox stock record, some atmospheric test record form. So what we are talking about, the job safety analysis. So this is what you have to check on your permit. Whatever it being ticks there, you should have your valid attachment. Isolation certificate. That is the classic example of what you can see for the permits. Okay, any questions? Moving back to our slide. So this is the overall overview of the permit to work system. So let's see how it's related to our slides here. Okay, it's always missing this. Okay, just wanted it. Anyway, just ignore this. So issue, receipt, clearance, return, and cancellation, same like a closer, different. There may also section for extension. So I already identify most of this. If you have any just clarification or question pertaining with this slide, you can feel free. So issue, as what we talk about, defines the work, identify the hazard. Likewise, I said earlier, the safety precaution should be there. Then the receipt, the worker should sign. It's very important part of the permit to confirm that understand all the hazard and will comply in all the necessary control measure. Imagine what we are presented earlier. Then the name should be appear clearly. It should be capital letters. It should be a signature with date and time. Clearance, return to the surface. Works should sign the permit to confirm they have left the workplace safe condition. Similar expectation what we see. And cancellation, authorizing manager to accept the hand and back the workplace from the worker, canceling the permits so that no further work can take place under his authority. Extension, similar. Permits are really have to be placed where should be placed in the working area. And then one copy stays with the authorizing manager or in the site exactly it's on the permit to work office and displayed in the central location where the permit board where other permits also displayed. Normally at the plant, let's say in ADNOC, it was maintained in the control plant building, CCB, like that. Okay, I think this is same. You can see here what I show with you is, I believe, is typical. Same, like nature of the job, exact location, signature of the receiving party, work, final checkup for the things, spark, heat, whatever is being mentioned, and there's a signature on it. Then precautions, like combustible material, saying this kind of things that you are expecting for the permits. Okay. Then I think this is more on the thing. Some certificates I see here, confined space entry, for example. Same expectation that we already discussed. Okay, we are on the last part of this elementary emergency procedure. So let's discuss about the emergency procedure. Why it's being important is to ensure that bring the event under control and promptly reduce the effects of the event on our premise materials, enable a fast return to a normal operation. All right. So in the absence of procedure, maybe not be a timely suitable response emergency will be there. So I will share you one example of this emergency procedure. Okay, sorry, George. You have anything to share? Sorry if I miss anything from you. You want anything to share?
Yeah, sir. I don't want to share something. I just want to understand more about. You talk about zeros on one and zone two, but you moved so
Yes.
fast that I couldn't catch anything. So can you explain more details about those zones, those three zones, please?
Yeah.
When we're
It's
working, when we're doing a hard job, a job which can make ignition to any explosion to catch fire.
yeah. It's really it's related to the classifying of the hazardous area, zone 0 and zone 1 and 2. So normally you are seeing this kind of thing in the plant. Like I guess you are working as well in ADNOC. So when we talk about zone 0, it says that um, the explosive gas atmosphere is presently continuous on the long period of time. Okay. Then zone 2, area is most likely could be experienced during the normal operation. Zone 2, I could say that explosive gas atmosphere is not likely, means you are not expecting to occur in normal operation, and it is occur maybe just for a short time. For easier understanding, I could say zone 0 is the when you are talking about the zoning, let's say about the H2S, when the area is considered as a red zone, you are you are expecting a more parts per million H2S, means more amount of H2S that is present. So you have to be very careful. And considering the zone 2, it will be a green zone that morely you can see it's on the relative on your camp or in your administrative building or your site temporary facilities. That is mostly considered. So yes, it's really a part of mostly working in a plant. That's why it's a good question, George. Hope your question is clear.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. Great question as well. So guys, emergency, we're talking in the last part of this elementary. So I would say that emergency procedures that normally have to tackle is related with this fire, bomb threat, spillage, or release of the hazardous substance, outbreak of disease, severe weather, multiple casualty, terrorist security, and incident. However, it will be depends on your organization, risks and hazard, how you're going to make some of your emergency scenarios on it. Then next will be the what kind of emergency should be foreseeable emergency that might occur in the circumstance that the outcomes should be there. What is our responsibility towards our response an emergency? Procedure for raising alarm, procedure to be followed in case of fire, bomb threat, or other things. Provision of suitable equipment like this first aid, some stretchers that it should be available, and considering also if you are some PWD, some kind of like that, means person with disability, you have something wheelchair on it. The nomination of responsible staff dealing with media as well, arrangement for contacting emergency service. If you have any question for emergency related, I think all of us are our organization having it. If you have, please feel free. Emergencies should procedure should be in writing, regularly be tested through drills. So it should be tested accordingly. A mock drill should be there. A mock drill plan should be there. And any result of your drill should be recorded. Procedure amend as necessary. Should be review for the related thing. So guys, I believe for more better understanding. So this is the emergency response procedure on a company. So whatever we discussed there is also there. I means you can see really it's have here, and then the company or the organization should always take on it. So let's see how what is included on it. So here you see here the right corner, it's mentioned the scope. The scope is on the company, the responsibility of each and every individual, the definition, so everybody are aware when it comes to the when it's go with the real emergency, what some of resources that should be there, the trained personnel, some fireman, safety watchman, and rescuer, the typical emergency that you have to encounter, the emergency response teams structure should be there, the roles and responsibility of each key personnel, from the team leader to emergency response assistance. It depends on your organization, how the way they extract it. We are talking the drills, what kind of the drills that are being identified in your organization. Fire, like this, for example, vehicle accident. Mutual aid means your neighboring company, if there's anything. Communication, what is the flow of communication during the emergency, internal or either external? These things you should taking in account. What kind of trainings you can provide your workforce? Then it's also mentioned the news media to be uh, contacted during kind of emergency is very important, because what happened if there is an massive emergency, all of the media will be uh, going to your organization and asking why. So maybe the spread of the communication will be streamlined from your company. So for example, here the managing director, the public relation manager is only the one could able to face the media for specific sensitive matters. Then as what we said, equipment, monitoring inspections are there. Fire extinguisher should be mentioned on your plan. Kinds of the emergency that could be arise on your company, like chemical, oil spill, fire drill, such like that. Vehicle accident as well. Emergency response procedure. Then lastly is the management review and external reporting. If you need to report it on particular bodies, like say here in Abu Dhabi, we have to report our drill or any emergency related to the ocean. Okay, so that's what we are going to expect on emergency related procedure. Hope it's more better compare here to our slide. Then first aid. Of course, we as a company, we have duty to provide.
Excuse me, just sorry to break you off. Just wanted to check one thing. This is out of syllabus.
Yeah, Nigel.
We
Yes.
have we have emergency response team in the school, but will these team will be the same for crisis management also, or is it a different team we have to select?
Okay. You have a emergency team on your school.
Yeah, we have selected the emergency response team in the school, but now recently with the recent updates, we have come to an understanding there is like crisis management also, which is also an important factor. which we are not discussed in this syllabus. But I'm just checking with you, as you are a little more knowledgeable in this area. Do we have to have a separate team for this, or can we have the same candidates for this?
Okay. All right. So first of all, the emergency response teams on your school, probably, if I'm not mistaken, is during such kind of event on medical treatment case or whatever minor things that I could say. So you're talking about this business critical, what is that, Mr. Nigel? Crisis management system, right?
Crisis
Okay.
management. Yes, that is like a natural calamities or natural disaster when it comes. These are something which we cannot, which
okay,
we
I
cannot
get it.
prepare ourselves.
Actually, this is the higher requirement from nowadays from the legal requirements. Maybe the ADEC are asking you on it. Yes, this is the team that should be in the higher level of your organization when it talks about the business contingency of your organization. If there's something happen in your business, it's really the team should be like your CEO level, or if you are working in the other branches, it should be from your corporate level. So the other team should be considered. But however, if you are working in the same team, like in your local companies here in the UAE, you don't have any branch in other Middle East, such like that. So I could consider that same team, but you have to check their seniority on your organization when developing this crisis management plan. Hope it's clear, Nigel.
Yeah, it's okay. It's partially clear, but the thing is that still the doubt remains, like, because emergency response team it does include the fire, the first aid, and anything and everything in emergency state. But crisis management is something which, as you said, yes, it is in a higher level. But the challenges which we face, because as we need to speak to the higher management, or we should go through a particular procedure, which takes a lot of time, and there's a lot of what to say. They have to provide us time to understand what we are trying to discuss and stuff like that. So when I'm handling the school operations, so when I'm doing that, I was just looking into options where I can separate the team, or can I put the same team? Because I ideally, when I read through the guidelines, it felt like we need to have two separate teams. But when I'm controlling a small school, it becomes a challenge for me, because out of the lot, the best ones are already in the emergency response team.
Yeah, I really see you're going through. Yeah, the thing is, you have two schools currently. So for me, it should be a separate emergency team members on it. So when we talk about the crisis management plan, so the other is the emergency response plan, which is specific on your school 1 and school 2, wherein this, as what I said, the crisis management plan is, as what you said as well, is how your business will react if the crisis occur. It should be something that the goal is to minimize the damage and restore the business operation specifically as quick as possible. So it's really a separate team for you, because you have many branches. You have to catch your senior management. If you are dealing with the corporate, they should be there for the decision-making purpose.
Oh, I really wish I could do that, but unfortunately, it's very challenging. Anyways, thank you for the answer.
Yeah, maybe Mr. Nigel, I can share to you.
Yeah, Mr. Jonah, please.
Yeah, because we are working on the same establishment. We are also in school. In our OS policy, we have already established the team. We have 3 different teams. Like, we have separate team for the OS. We have different teams for the inspection. We have different team for the response team. And this has been established already, and they knew very well their roles in case of, in case their services are needed. And there were certain protocols in place.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yeah, thanks also, Jonah, for helping this input. Great. All right, so first aid is always a mandatory for each as a legal requirement.
Hello.
So, all right. So what we have always to ensure is to
Crisis management out of the crisis management is the next level. My question to him is the crisis.
Mr. Nigel, yeah, I think you're talking to other. Okay, please mute your speaker. Facility equipment and personnel always be there when we're talking to the first aid. Then location-wise, properly stocked, and your personnel is trained with appropriate training to deliver the first aid treatment. So saying what they role if you are being appointed, being as a first aider, your goal is to preserve life, to prevent the condition from worsening, and promote recovery, as always. Then the training of the first aider. The people appointed the first aider should be trained and competent in providing the first aid. In the UK, the training of the first aided focuses on the emergency first aid at work, EFW, first aid at work as FAW. So this kind of focus, it depends on subject on our country or our states. But as we are safety professional, we always have to find out if the training is suitable on that particular requirement. For instance, Nigel, yes, you are saying something?
It's still not great. Okay, I was just talking over here. Yeah, thank you.
All right, okay. So what we have to ensure is your training that being given to your specific first aider is approved from your state. Or for example, in the project related, when we are talking on your client, sometimes your client have specific standards or a training provider that being evaluated and assessed from them. So we have to take it on that account. So we are on a line and streamline on what their expectations toward to the first aid training. Okay. But however, always on completion of this training, they understand what's the first aider, emergency first aid at work. That's the common subject. Administer the first aid, casualty, how they respond, recognize the presence of the major illness. Then at the end, certificates and qualification are valid for 3 years. That's the most standard frequency. All right, selecting staff to be first aider, reliable, that having known his limitation, being a competent person, having an aptitude and ability to absorb new knowledge and learn a new skill, physically fit, enough deal with the demanding nature of some aspect, the first aid. For example, first aid during heat stress. So ensuring you evaluate your guy that he have good vulnerability when exposure to the heat related things. Considering the first aid gender, ethnicity, and religious conviction. For example, you're in the organization, you have a different kind, of course, female and male. So you have to consider a male and a female first aider as well. Specifically here in the Middle East, where if your organization have some our Arab locals, mostly they dealing with this lady, only they prefer the same sex or a female they recommended. So that's accounts you have to take in. Then the rest is the person's normal duties to be such can leave their work immediately at any time to attend an emergency, an on-call basis. All right. So another is the factors to consider. to the first aid provision. So guys, I as a NEBOSH training person, I really seeing this kind of questions on the paper, to be exact. What, for example, giving the scenario, how you going to select the stop or the first aider. So these things are really appearing. So what I'm advising you guys, just pay attention on it. Similarly, in this kind, factors to consider when deciding the first aid provision or the first aider. So this you have to pay attention and you have to review it again. So you can attack the exam accordingly. What's the scenario say? Okay. Then considering the time, first aid facilities should be at the proper room that is used for purpose that can be quickly converted to a treatment area. That's what we had. A larger workplace dedicated treatment room should be provided. But however, guys, for your information, all the first aid facility here in the Middle East should be inspected by the SEHA. So it's many kind of requirements apart from this should be considered. So this is the general requirements. Centrally located in the area can be assessed by the emergency service. Clean it adequate, heated and ventilated, provided with the hands facility and chair. So that's the minimum thing. As you see here, guys, first aid equipment that's normally you can see in your first aid box. This, yeah, I recall this equipment, what you call this checklist. This actually from OSHAD that they are using here. So normally what we have to see is many things like first aid guide, contents, adhesive plasters, medium sterile dressing. So this kind of resources that you have to ensure that available on your first aid box. So guys, always when you're looking some first aid requirements on your area, especially the first aid box, rely on your specific legal reference like in OSHA. Just have this checklist and accordingly purchase it. So if there's anything happen audit in your premise that covering by the OSHA, this is the way they are checking. Similarly, failure of this kind of resources that not being found, subject for either observation. That's what I could say. Then, all right, this is first aider that normally seeing in our every first aid box. You have ensure your name, your address, your contact number. The nearest first aid box is situated. So it's always very important for what's benefits. In any case of emergency, you can easily contact this first aider in such kind of situation. All right, guys, any question apart from our this first aider related? Mr. Jonah, I see
Hi,
your
John. I have one question regarding the first aider, because
okay.
we are working in school. Is there any specific or required ratio of the number of first aider compared to the general population? Let's say, for example, if there are 3,000 students in a school, how many first aiders are needed?
Valid questions accordingly. So let's go with my experience first. So in each and every contracts here in the projects related, is stipulated on our scope of work. Mostly in ADNOC, it is 1:50 ratio that you have to ensure that you have a proper first aider when it's such kind of manpower to be there. So 1:50. So according with the school, I believe that you are following the ADEC, correct? So
Yeah, we are following the ADEC. So I think it is 10% of the total staff.
I see also, yeah, I guess I have the same expectation. I heard this is cumulative absence rates of 10% of the staff should be provided with the first aid response. I'm not really familiar on the ADEC because I'm not on the school sector, but I believe we should check what is the requirement on your ADEC. For instance, for me in OSHAD is 1:50, and ADEC I'm really not familiar. Sorry, Mr. Jonah.
Oh, this OSHAD, because OSHAD is the existing regulatory body in Abu Dhabi, so I think it is in a relative position to govern also in ADEC.
Okay, that's great. So means we could.
But I'm not sure because I'm not particular with OSHAD. That's why I'm raising this inquiry.
Okay. But my
If you have just a brief knowledge or rough knowledge about it that you can share.
So when we talks about the OSHA requirements, it's really shows that we have to consider at least 10% of our current manpower populations on your organization. But however, there is a clause says that you should consider also the strategic location or topography of your places. The access of the first aider should be there, and then the criticality of your activities depends upon it. That's only the ratio. There's a general terms on it, so I think that's most of it. We could rely.
And second thing, regarding this first aid requirement that you're showing, anyway, I cannot see it clearly.
Okay.
Is AED a requirement? Is it
Good
a
question.
mandatory one? AED?
AED is requirement for the big scale company, wherein they requiring it the AED as well.
When you say big, is it in terms of population, in terms of severity, in terms of?
It depends on the population of the
Let's say,
organization.
for example, in a school, would you consider a requirement of having AED?
Of course, specifically, because it's mostly the risk I believe if you evaluated the risk on the school is the probably unsudden unconsciousness of the students.
And this is a legal requirement, you mean?
Yeah, it's a legal requirement. It is subject for OSHAD. I recall in my experience that they have
Maybe
to
you
check
can
this.
share us, because we don't have paper or documents to show that it's a mandatory. Maybe you can share us, you can help us with this thing because as I believe, and how many AED is required, what's the ratio like this? Details like this are very important to us.
Let me make a brain play around on this requirement. Then I will share you if I have
Yeah,
any
maybe
names
on the
to share.
next meeting. Yeah, maybe
Sure,
on the
sure.
next
I
meeting.
will take in a note on it and let me
Thank
see.
you very much, Jan. I really appreciate that. It will be very useful to us.
All right. Apart from that, anything you would like to? However, we're not actually I believe our timing is up to 3:30. Am I correct? Then we are not yet having our lunch. So guys, you want to take your lunch or?
Thank you. Yeah, sure. We have.
Yes, lunch.
So 3:30. When do you want to come back?
Can't we conclude it? We can stop like at 2:30, then we call it off.
But can you still absorb it, just though? You haven't had your lunch yet.
Ah.
So I think we can.
Our heads are full, but our stomachs are empty. That's health and safety per se.
Plus, Mr. John is already been talking for quite how many hours now?
Yeah. But I really admire you as well because really this element we're really behind on the schedule, and I would like to really help you guys, whatever knowledge I could share with you. Then, okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so I believe we could take our lunch and we can come back at 3 o'clock. Then only 30 minutes are remaining. It's fine.
Okay, fine.
3 o'clock, fine. Then let's make a quick discussion in element 4. Then we can wind up. Okay, 3:30. It's fine. 3
Thank you.
o'clock.
Thank you. Yes,
3
yes,
o'clock.
yes.
Okay, 3 o'clock. So
Okay,
let's
done.
meet. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, see you later.
Have a nice day.
Minutes and we're going to start. Hope everybody's here and have their lunch. I believe.
We can start.
Okay, just sharing my screen again. Wait for a while. All right, so the screen is visible, first of all.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, just checking. Okay, I think we could start. So Frank, can you just mute your speaker? Okay, guys, so we are on now element 4. So this is slides having around 60 page, but however, we just try to manage it to finish on 30 minutes as what we could have. So basically this focuses on the health and safety monitoring and measuring.
Good.
Mr. Frank, if you don't mind, can you mute your speaker? Hello? Okay. Thank you. So guys, so let's dive and let's get into it. So it will talks about the active and reactive monitoring. So these two performance we could share to monitor and assess the effectiveness of their system. Then, so let's start with this active monitoring. So as you can see here, it's really basically is related to the before the accidents and incident or ill health can be caused during your activities at the site. So the importance of this is we have to ensure that the health and safety standards and correct before anything will be happen. And the opposite of this part is same expectation, but however, it should be after the events is being happen. It basically, if you are familiar with the proactive, it's relates on the active monitoring, and the reactive monitoring, reactive approach towards the HSC, it is completely entirely similar. So what is the objectives of this monitoring systems towards health and safety? So expect here is to monitor the extent of the compliance in our organization, arrangement and procedure with this legislative and related standard. So let's discuss what kind of monitoring systems that related firstly on active monitoring. So I know you guys are all familiar with this safety inspection. So talking about the safety inspection, this kind of inspections that we are expecting to do it in our workplace. So I start with the firstly routine inspection, statutory inspection, periodic inspection, and the pre-use of the checks. So I have made some example of it. So better understanding what's the inspections that probably other organizations are doing. Then, so for example, let me reshare my screen. Okay, as you can see here is one of the example for vehicle inspection checklist. So we're in basically what you have to find it is to check that all the items are being complied towards to the vehicle. It's just a very simplified ways. It either tick this mark as yes, and this one probably better this one a check mark like this. Check, check. Then the way how it's you going to react on the item itself. So this is how the way it is. And then afterwards, all this inspection, you put some remarks and then inspection by location. And then whoever do this inspection have the proper signature. So guys, that's the one of the example. So what's you have to focus when we're talking the inspection? We have to focus to our plant as what we talk about. For example, a vehicle, machinery and equipment, the premise at your workplace and the working environment, the people on the working methods and behavior, and what kind of safe system of work and method statement that is can be rely on. Then another part of this monitoring system is this safety sampling. Anybody of you guys knows or any understanding about this safety sampling? Because it's something different, not on a routine works that we're normally seeing in our workplace. You have any understanding of this sampling related? Mostly in your organization, it's very important. Okay, I think no. So let me give you one of the example of this safety sampling. So first of all is a technique of monitoring the conformance with a particular workplace standard by looking at an represented sample only. So let me show you one of the example that basically maybe you are aware on it. or you are practicing in your site. So one of the good example is the water sampling test. I believe that all are aware, or for those who are not, that we are required by law here in UAE, for Department of Energy is requiring us to make proper sampling tests in our water related things. Let's say a drinking water, a tap water, even what we are using in our bathrooms or in the toilet itself. So this is one of the sample, what you can see here. Sample what kind, the water, where the sampling point, the location as what we talk, the washroom, tap washroom, for instance, the location, one in place in Abu Dhabi. So here you will find some parameters on it. Means it says here is the guidelines is 0, for example, for the total coliform 0, and then the result is 0, just like that. So it's a sampling device that says what is the reactions on that samples that being taken in the sampling point. Overall, what we have to do as a safety professional, that ensuring that there is no any method for deviation. It says here's none, so it seems that complying with the requirement. Then afterwards, we have to ensure also these sampling laboratories are being approved by the Department of Energy, for example, like in Emirates National Accreditation System, the INAS. So this is the examples that we can found for a sampling related to the HSC sampling. Okay, hope it's clear. Or anybody of you having similar sampling testing on your organization would like to share?
Yeah, we do this in sample test for the water in the swimming pool.
Swimming pool, yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. Also, thanks for sharing. Then
Also, we have water tank testing also, that water disinfection testing.
Yeah, I agreed when we were maintaining and my also in the workshop, it's also requirement. So yes.
Yeah, we also have a AQT, air quality test sample before we install the line. As we talk about HOS, we need to supply the air breathing equipment on the rig floor. So there will be a compressor sucking the air from atmospheric. There will be a separator inside, so purification, and we need to take a sample for the air that people are going to use. Is done in a monthly basis on the rig, on the ADNOC field.
Okay. It's really a great thing to know. You see, guys, that it's really an active monitoring, because whatever we are going to do, such activities, that we have to do this first kind of sampling prior for establishing something activity, like what Mr. George say. For example, a monitoring device as well. That's, for example, the swimming pool. Even though, for example, when we constructed a swimming pool, prior for operating it to the public, we have to ensure first the safety sampling, its conformance to the standard. So we could say it's a part of active monitoring. But however, if we do it in the negative part, when something is accident or incidents are being done or being affected, and we did this safety sampling, so it's entirely different. So we could say we are on reactive, just for example. Then apart from that, another systems we can use is the safety survey. So we could use some probably environmental monitoring form of safety surveys like noise assessment, structural surveys, detailed examination of integrity. A staff survey is also effective. It's an examination of opinions of workers to collect by asking the staff to fill in a questionnaire. So guys, it's a very good in your organization that something you will see in your reception, normally what you are seeing in your reception, guys, or anything maybe you can see in your organizations related with the safety survey. Anything you are imagining or you are recalling on your offices, what is important things that the organization must have? Or else if it's not visible or available in your organization, I think something we have to improve. Okay, so as what I'm pertaining, this observations or any suggestion or recommendations, correct?
Yeah, we have an unlock. We have a tool that we use to monitor the wind speed. If the wind is too strong, we need to stop any lifting operation. It's depending on how many knots that we have.
Okay, it's a really technical terms, but yeah, it's part of the survey. It's a sensory related winds devices, anemometer, if I'm not mistaken, correct? As what I'm saying, safety survey is some things that a feedback that we could collect with our employees. We could see it on the reception, a suggestion forms, whatever it is called on your organization. It's part of a good monitoring systems, how the way they are dealing towards the HSC. Okay, tours, a very major or what we can do for a monitoring, especially for uh, organization. So it differentiate here. Safety tour, it's a highly profile inspection or a workplace carried out by the crew or team, including the managers. The tour may be formal but can be also informal. A walk around looking at the points, interests that usually unscheduled. So similar from the earlier of our training, this what do you call it? The managing director that I show with you, it's part of the safety tour. So he sees active monitoring in his group. So that's part of the example. Then another one, health surveillance to monitor the worker health, to monitor the current status of your team. For example, like a noise health surveillance to your team, it's part of your periodical medical requirement. And another things is annual basis. This is, we could say, here in UAE, we are doing it as part of a health surveillance. But as a supplementary, we have to take another steps on it, like noise surveillance that what we are normally doing in a quarterly basis for our employee. We make some surveys on it. So we can see how it's being managed, this kind of environmental conditions in our company. Then apart from that, the other technique to monitor is by, of course, benchmarking your results to the other, either your external parties like your competitors or shared holders. I mean your partners or your client. So you can see how you are um, performing better or either not better to your uh, managing health and safety in your company. So in internal matters, you can use also this, like with what we're going to discuss before. What we discussed is the accident incident rate, like the sickness rate, to monitor such kind of proactive measure. Then talking about the inspection, so guys, normally where we can find the frequency of the inspections for such particular, for example, equipment for you guys, if you are HSC professional, how you determine the frequency of the inspections using by checklist?
It depends because sometimes it depends of type of equipment. There is some inspection will be done daily, some monthly, and some weekly.
Yes, exactly. It depends upon. So what we are trying to find out is where are we going to depend. So first of all, we have to check the statutory requirement where there is a specific inspections frequency are being say. For example, anybody from you could say when is the frequency of the what do you call it? Crane third-party inspections frequency or validity? Anybody from safety professional? I believe it's very easy for you to answer. Third-party inspection of grain, normally when it's happened, semi-annual, annually, or quarterly? Okay, so guys.
I will take, sir, for instance, like a crane inspection. Crane inspection will be done every 6 months for some type of crane that they use to lift the people. It's every 6 months. But normal crane for lifting operation will be every year.
Okay, that's great. So as we're talking about is the third-party inspections for that particular crane is normally in annual basis as per the legal requirements here in UAE. So that part that we can easily identify the frequency of it, we can refer on it. So another factors, the activities carried out on the level of the risk. And the risk assessment says we found out that this is activity is in the high risk in order. So I believe that rather than a monthly inspection, we could do it on weekly or a daily inspection, such like that. Then manufacturer may make manufacturer recommendation is there to inspection for the frequency of such kind of equipment. For instance, the presence of vulnerable workers, for example, in your activity, you have some young and experienced people. So as a safety professional, of course, that we're going to taking account a more better increase of our frequency rather than a long frequency like a semi-annual. That's what I explained earlier. Then considering also the previous inspections that being made, maybe you suggest some compliance on concern. So you can see it as well, the accident history and the result of the investigation. Lastly, whether the workers have voice or concern, like the safety survey that we say, maybe there's some things that are being mentioned over there, so we could take in an account. Then the rest, second factors we have to talk about is the competence and the objective of the inspector. So here we should always, when we talk about the competence, as what I said, is the training, knowledge, and experience, or the KATE, knowledge, ability, and training experience towards these inspectors. Then moving forward, always when we are doing a checklist, when we are doing an inspections, it's really helpful if we are having a checklist. Likewise, I share with you. So what is the advantage? So saying that we can enable to prior preparation and planning and quick and easy to arrange, bring consistency, approach, clearly identify the standard, thorough means really detailed, provides ready-made basis inspection report, provide evidence for the audit. So do you agree this kind of advantage, guys? When you have the checklist rather than you are doing some inspection without basing nothing, I think it's more easier, correct? But however, guys, the disadvantage is the items not on the checklist are not probably not taking in account. So if you have 1 to 10, so that's only your limitation. Then can be out of date if the standard change. So it should be reviewed and accordingly. So that's the checklist advantage and disadvantage. I think you are any more question is not there. So I just make increase of it. So we could finish this element 4. So I already shared you the inspection checklist. It will just same what I said: inspections, the date, observation, and just a very easy yes and no question. If there's any questions or any non-compliance, you put some actions accordingly. So you can raise it on your either management meetings. Then let's talk about the reactive monitoring. So reactive monitoring, as what we discussed, is the doing a monitoring after the accidents. Okay, so what we are measuring is the negative outcomes, that identifying the significance of the opportunities for the improvements. So one of the key monitoring device is the statistic that's are always representing our company performance. Agree? Everybody of you heard about the statistic, health and safety statistic? Guys, you still there? Live and kicking, hopefully?
Yes, we are heard about it.
Yes, yes. So let's make these things easier for us. So as we are aware, it's accident, the dangerous occurrence, the near misses, complaints from the workforce, the formal actions on the organizations, such like that is really related to the reactive monitoring. Okay. Then a very good part. Anybody could you to aware about the leading and lagging indicators when it talks about the health and safety? So this is morely frequent questions with us. So how we can going to monitor? So guys, just for explanation, lagging indicators are usually the first safety statistic they choose to monitor. Then the leading indicators is the proactive and preventive predictive capture that provide the current information. So this is the common leading indicators that you are seeing, like near misses, behavior observations, training records, safety meetings, and employee perception surveys, preventive maintenance program. So I just would like to emphasize with you guys, what do you think about the near miss for your own perception? Do you think it is a leading or a lagging indicators? This is a good discussion that always happening across the HSC matters. If they are
more catastrophic, but it is a miss.
what? No, I mean, what do you think? It is a leading indicators or a lagging indicator?
Actually, speaking in this lagging indicator and leading indicator is the first time I'm hearing to it. So
Okay.
I'm still
I
into.
think it's
It's
the
leading,
leading.
it's leading
Leading.
indicators. It's leading indicators.
Leading indicators. Okay. Then the rest
Yeah,
are
it's in your presentation. It's leading.
showing in the my presentation, correct. But I would like to emphasize for this, but the other organization is considering as a lagging indicators, as what we are talking about, the near misses have a potential to cause harm or injury to someone in the workplace or a property damage. So it's kind of incidents that they are talking about. So if there's looks like a near miss that's being recorded around 20, there seems like, oh, something happened in my workplace that's almost getting an accident. So some of the organization, it's they take it as a lagging indicator. So but the Nebosh said it's a leading indicators. Yes, we are agreeing it because it's part of the prevention of the accident. That's what I said in accordance with the definition. It's something that potential. So think about it. If you receive such kind of around 20 near misses and other perspective, you are saying your guys is really committed, means they are really reporting this kind of incident to avoid such kind of catastrophic or whatever fatality that might occur potentially. So this is how the way the NEBOSH are thinking about it. So it's a leading indicators. Hope it matters. And anything you would like to clarify for this? Okay, so moving on, let's go with the incident investigating and recording and reporting. So let's define first what is the incident. The definition say it's unplanned and a controlled event. So as including the near miss, also property damage, dangerous occurrence, ill health, and injury as an accident. So injury refers to the physical harm to an individual and the incident that result in this type of harm that often called an accident. So don't be confused here in NEBOSH when we talk about injury, it's an accident that's have a result to the fatal, major injury, and probably the injury with time of absence, the non-work related thing. Then moving forward, ill health. Of course, ill health have harm to a person that caused by their work, physical or psychological related issue. So we could say that's related to occupational disease. For example, this asbestosis, silicosis that we're going to discuss in IG2. So that's, I think this is easier for us to identify. Then dangerous occurrence, significant hazardous incident that collapse, for example, working specifically on scaffolding that results on major collapse may be different in each country, but the enforcement of the sectors are being involved. Like here in OSHAD, if something's happened in a dangerous occurrence, they are going to immediately put you in the situation that they will investigate it. And when it comes on that level, it's considered as dangerous occurrence. Then talking about the near miss at what we discussing earlier, it's not result in personal injury, equipment damage, or some other losses. Okay. If you have any clarification on that particular definition, please feel free. So to make more understanding here in the pictogram, we could say here the different illustration in accident, near miss, and unsafe condition. A, anybody could share your opinion about this A? Why it's being accident? Anyone? This illustration A?
It was not kept proper.
He has been eaten by a block.
He was hit by the block. All right, great. And it's not proper, as what you said. Correct. So talking to the definitions, that accident or incident that's cause a injury to the person, we called it an accident. Correct. So it seems, yeah, it's really seen here that it's being hit on his head. So it probably he got some injury on it, either medical treatment or any kind of disability.
It is
For
not
the
alleged, and it is not. There's nothing, and there's no factor which is controlling that accident.
controlling of the accident. What do you mean that,
I
Nigel?
mean, it is not. It is not the. If you see the picture, the bricks are on the end, so it is not arranged. Is one, and secondly, there's nothing which is stopping the accident or anything which needs to be.
Yeah. I agree. That's part of now it looks like you're investigating what's happening. So right, let's go later discussion on it. But the accident is just saying that is something's potential. I don't know. It's something's that happened to the person. Moving back, it's just easy representation. Looks like the bricks was fall or fell, and it was nearby on his feet or foot. So there's no result of anything injury, but however the incidents are the situations already happened, but there's no any potential injury or damage to this person. Okay, then letter C is unsafe condition. That's totally only the uh, environmental conditions from the workplace that you can see without involvement of the person. That's we can call unsafe condition. Okay, think it's clear. Just managing this.
Jack, can I raise a question, please?
Please feel free.
Yeah. Can you go back to the same picture, please?
Okay.
Yeah, so because this is a common interpretation, or it could be misinterpretation. So accident and incident, they are synonymous. It's interchangeable word.
A good question from you, Mr. Jonah. Actually, there's a lot of definition and depends upon also the organization, how the way they define it. But however, we are talking about the NEBOSH, then the NEBOSH said that when they called it incident, they are pertaining to accident. Moving back to the slide. As you can see here, injury or incident says, the term injury refers to the physical harm to the individual, and incidents that result this type of harm are called an accident. That's what they defining to the NEBOSH. Hope it's clear.
One more time. Can you go back to the previous more? Incident includes near miss.
Okay, near miss.
Okay.
Injury, ill health, dangerous. Okay. Okay.
Because in the picture, the one with the bricks, near miss is a separate thing.
Okay, yeah. I think I get confused with the injury and the incident. Okay, so just to correct my statement, incident is the total events that have intentions to put the situation either potential or either there's something's happened exactly. So it's a general term for the all of this definition. Like when you talk about incident, it's not an accident. It's called about there's a series of event that is stipulated by the NEBOSH here, like injury, ill health, a dangerous occurrence, or near miss. Looks like a general reference. So saying that your questions on the pictures, it is an accident, so we cannot call this as incident. So incident is all of this A, B, and C. Okay.
A, B, C are all incidents.
They are all part of the incident. Exactly.
An accident is, there, because we have a definition, in our school, when we say event, it pertains to three. Because we are doing the reporting, let's say for, you have to identify, is it a hazard, a near miss, or an incident? But all of these, we refer it as events instead of using the term other terms.
Okay, I think if we will going to adopt this NEBOSH, we could replace that events as an incident pertaining because it covering all of the events that being mentioned here, like injury, ill health, dangerous.
The injury, property damage.
Yes. Okay, that's very valid point.
Yeah,
Yes.
and going to point letter C.
All right.
Accident, near miss, the unsafe condition, you can say that's the hazard also.
Yeah, we could say, and it's a part of the hazard as well.
So it's just that we are just using as a different word or term.
I could say it's a specific part of the hazard because when we talk about the hazard, we could say it either unsafe action or either unsafe condition. So I could say it's a part of the definition of the hazard. It's one of the hazard condition. Hope it's clear. Okay, let's talk about the distinction between the types of the incident. Yes, what we are talking earlier, that's only either the damage only of the incident where the equipments are being lost or being the property is substantially damaged, as also have major result in the organization that loss of production can contribute as well to the risk assessment process. Then reason for investigating, to identify the root cause and incident, to identify the corrective actions to prevent a recurrence, then to record the facts of the incident, then for the legal reason. Actually, guys, we are respecting with the time. It's already time. It's 3:37. We are only 3:30. Do you want me to continue, or we can continue in the next session? Any one of you, or
Next section, we will continue.
okay? Can we? So majority, we can continue in the next session. So we will stop for this incident investigation.
Yeah, better we can continue in the next session.
I think
Okay.
it's too much information for a day, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I'm seeing the timing, which I respecting also. Yeah.
Or the next, do we have a lot to cover?
Too many we covered. That's why I really would like to.
Or do we have more, like a lot to cover?
Here, you see here the scroll.
Yeah.
I think it's more pertaining to the investigation procedure.
I think we're just halfway, so we need more time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we have
so we need more time, I guess. Yeah. So I think we will. I
We
think
will do.
everyone will agree to let's do it in the next session so that
Yeah. I
Good.
think we could do it. Could do it. So we're not also in rushing. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So great. Thank you so much. Really, your participation. I'm really happy, and we're going to improve the suggestion. And I put some notes on your question. We will return back it after. So, all right. So I guess Miss Janeline is still there. Any attendance related or already filled up for that?
Yeah, regarding my request a while ago, the questions that I raised, if you
Okay.
could just help me with that one, because I need it in the line of work that I do.
Yeah, that's why I said that I
Yeah,
really
please.
put it
It's
on
very
note.
helpful. Yeah, it's very helpful to me.
I agree.
Or,
So
or if you can give me some references, I can manage reading it.
yeah, sure, of course. Let me have some to play around with this standard, and I will share you whatever
Yeah, the regulations, the guidelines.
All right. Yeah,
If you can
exactly.
just share. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I think, can we just if permitted, your what is this for attendance? Can you share your camera? Can you open? So I'm just printing.
For attendance,
Snapshot.
we are checking here through Moodle.
So okay, so I think
Based in the participant's name. So make sure you need to put your correct name in the participants, because some students, they are putting other names. Today morning, there is a number, then he put no name.
yeah. So for that part, Ms. Janeline is having it. So please follow the instruction. So I just saying, just to open your camera, we'll do some small photo. So for the evidence as well. So, all right. Miss,
Sir, I don't have camera. I'm using the desktop, sorry.
Okay, those who are permitted, please. Miss Janeline, if you don't mind, can you take a photo? Because I'm trying to find ways here. Hello, Janeline, or I will take it. I will try. Okay. So majority of us, then I will take the photo in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, guys, thank you so much. See you for the next session. Have a great week or safe day ahead. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John.
Thank you, Mr. John.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John.